Hello, hello. Welcome back to my first 3D game project. Just an experiment, really. I downloaded this voxel modeling program, and I also figured out how to actually export like the colors as well. So turns out you just need a different format. So GLTF has vertex color information that you can include. I originally tried the obj, but that did not have that information. It was just a simple 3D object. But this one has a little bit more, and zig+raylib actually supports that. So now if we go back here and play this, here is the dude. Although the scale is, I'm not sure if you can, that's what I was gonna check, like if you could set kind of the scale or something, or maybe it's good if, you know, I mean, well, maybe you can set the scale, or maybe you can, how do you exit this? But I don't want to have to set the scale for every model, so it's better probably just to have a scale in the game. So basically, I could go to renderable 3D, and we'll go to model, and I'm just gonna do it here. So I'm just, well, let's set a scale, maybe. Is that a vector 3, by the way? The scale. It is, okay. So that is a vector 3. And we're just gonna set this to like, let's set it to like, actually let's set scale of 3. Let's do like 0.1 maybe, divide by 10. I always forget, it's like to have the precision be fine when dividing a float. It depends on, because it has like the base and the mantissa, I believe, and the mantissa is like, it's something like something to the power of something. So if you keep that the same multiplier, maybe, you know, as the base of the power there, maybe that would be more precise. But anyway, it probably doesn't really matter. Okay, now we can use this scale down here. Oh, yeah, to zig+raylib. Oh, hang on. That was not correct. Oh, this was the wrong thing. It was down here. Okay. Here. Okay, there we go. That's a little bit better, I guess. It depends on what you want to do. Okay, I was also wondering about animations in this, if there is such a thing. Because I was just thinking, maybe I'm just gonna have everything be like some kind of car or something like that, like a building. You know, if I'm gonna make a TD, for example, I'll probably do something like that. I'm not sure if there even is anything like that. I don't really see anything like that. And someone also said, why do I not use Magica Voxel? Which my reply was, I don't know. I've never... maybe I have it, to be honest. No, I don't. Voxel. Nope. Magica Voxel. Because that was actually one of the export formats. I've been here before. That was the thing that I was here, but then I read like some weird stuff here. But okay, well, I guess we'll try it. Do you have like animations as well? Feature demo. I don't want to have some kind of copyright stuff. Okay, there was no speech in here. I don't think so. Okay. Okay, so you can do a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah. Cool. Oh, you can even paint like a texture on it. Nice. Oh, so there's like... so it's like a mix of voxel and actual modeling, like... look at this, because, you know, now we're not in voxel land anymore, right? Or are we still, maybe? I guess they could yeah, I guess they are technically voxels. Kind of see the edges, but just very small. Okay. Cool. Painting. What is this supposed to be, like Minecraft now? An ore vein. Yeah, really cool. Oh, what's this? Oh, it's like, wow, that looks really good. It's like I was thinking first like a 2D game, but it's actually voxel, so that would be a cool concept. You make like because there are games, you know, that is 2D and then they turn 3D. This would be a cool way to do it. Like just build a voxel that is actually, you know, it's very suitable for a 2D landscape, but then you can like rotate it or turn it 3D or something. Like Fez has that, and Mario... what the hell was that called, that game? Wait, that was the RPG. Super Paper Mario, I think, yeah. For Wii. Wow. Oh wow. So yeah, okay. This software looks incredible. I'm still thinking about like animations though. This is 6 years ago as well. Cool. I mean, it's definitely worth it if I still wanna do that kind of stuff. I'm also gonna check out Blender. Microsoft Store. Steam. I'm gonna get if search for this. What kind of weird things you're gonna find? Daily builds. Cool. Variant alpha. Where's the stable? I mean, yeah, those are the daily builds. Donate. Then it's open source industry standard. Thank you, Blue. Are you more like a 3D type of person? You seem to know more about 3D. Like, one is everything alpha or no? Here we go. Beta release candidates. They already started on 5.3, so wouldn't there be like an official 5.2? I'm confused. But I guess this would be the one. x64. What about operating system? Oh, right, Windows. Do I want to go for 5.3 or 5.2? I don't know. I would rather go for a stable version than an alpha. So, and it's, I mean, it's fairly recent as well. Okay, let's just download this one. How large is it? It's not that large. Well, okay, 387. Yeah. Okay, cool. Let me just put that. Is it actually 64-bit as well? Video games in general, loved 2D, 2.5D, 3D, anything unique. I don't have to admit, I played more 3D games than 2D. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I guess just natural. If you're older, you probably played more 2D than 3D and vice versa. Maybe it's just nostalgia keeping 2D alive. Maybe it's gonna die out at some point. I don't know. Wait, should I do Blender Launcher or? Okay, so here we go. I'm gonna see if I can get this. Oh. Properly. Oh my god. Sized. Let's do this one here. Alright, so here's Blender. Got a little camera. Is this a light? Alright. I remember playing a Rayman Adventure, which is 2D. Oh, yeah, I remember a Rayman game. I forget which one it was now. Maybe like Rayman 2 or something like that. I forget what it's called. Okay, well, you know, I know that modeling is a whole other thing. Maybe I should just download models to start with. I know there's like free assets and stuff like that. I'll do this some other time. I don't want to spend a bunch of time doing that. The point is not to learn modeling. The point is to 3D game assets. I didn't actually think about this. Like AI. Sponsored results, of course. Yeah. Oh, here we go. itch.io. I want some low poly. I like low poly. Some nice... Are these free? Yes. Oh, medieval. Man, these are so good. Look at this. I could just make like a little Warcraft game. Almost. Got some hexes going on. Each building comes in 4 colors. Why would you put this up for free? I guess you get donations, I guess. Support on Patreon, yeah. Maybe that's... I mean, I appreciate it. I just... doing all this work and then you might not even get paid. But it's... yeah, I mean, maybe you get more spread, you get more reviews and all that, like reputation. I don't know. But yeah, really cool. Okay, so this is more for like a hex turn-based maybe type stuff. I mean, depending on what you want to do, but yeah. Cool, so you get this terrain as well. This is why you donate, yeah. It's just the prospect of like putting all that effort down and then not getting anything for it, but I guess they, I mean, yeah, it's the same person doing like, wow, that's a lot of stuff. I mean, yeah, you obviously, people like me and people who want to start doing stuff or just get started, obviously go for the free stuff first, right? And so this would get more visibility. So it's, I guess it's like a marketing thing as well. Okay, well, city builder resource. I mean, you can just download every pack that this person has done because they are in like a similar style, and there you get like all these variation. Insane. Platformer asset pack. I see the Super Mario font here. Pretty cool. Yeah. Okay, I mean, I guess... Desert Town. I'm just trying to get some inspiration. I'm not sure what we should do, actually. A 3D space shooter. Yeah. Maybe. Wait, this isn't 3D. It looks pretty cool though. Are you making first person? Well, the game right now is kind of first person, like, but it's also like up in the air what to do. So it's like, if I found like inspiration to do something, I would probably go for that. It's pretty open right now what to do. I mean, I call it game. It really is just like a base of to do something on top of. And I'm thinking just a small experiment to just make something that looks kind of like a game, you know? I kind of like builder type games. Would be interesting to kind of see how difficult it could be. Bits bundle. Oh, this one costs. Oh, I see. So they have like premium. Wait, but this one, but that one was free. Or is it like, so they have one free version. Complete collection. So if we go to these bits things, save 25. I'm confused. Oh, this is the, okay, so this is the city builder bits. So what's the difference? So there's a free version. To get sick, okay, extra source. Okay, well, I was just interested in their like model there. Anyway, can try tower defense third person in day, collect stuff and build night zombies attack. I mean, we could try, but yeah. Okay, how about this? I'm not gonna think about the type of game first. I'm just gonna download one of these packs and try to just import the stuff and make something to look at, essentially. That's gonna be the first thing. So let's see, what do I wanna look at? Maybe dungeon. It's kind of cool, like an isometric almost view there, like a Diablo. Okay, sure. Let's just download this I didn't actually look at the format. Oh, there's yeah, the format GLTF format is included. I should have like an alias for this or something. Okay, so that was like called K something. K kit. K assets GLTF. And here we go. There's like a whole bunch of these. So there's, okay, why are there bin files as well? I actually imported a map using Raylib and Zig. Wanna see a map? What do you mean map? Sure, send on Discord. Okay, let's go with the chest. Oh, oops. You know what? I'm gonna make this easier on myself. Let's create a file called assets keys. And then yeah, that's gonna be good enough. So just so I can find it easier and add new things easier. So now if I want to add a model, I go to asset keys and I can just go down here and add a chest, and I will get some error where I need to define it. And this is just chest GLTF. Do you know about the bin, by the way? Stream is buffering. I don't seem to have any dropped frames or anything. All right, so we have the chests. Let's create a chest at there. And the real only difference is going to be the renderable. And there's the little chest that has a large hitbox. Okay, and also clearly it doesn't actually have any texture. So I think, yeah, there's textures, dungeon texture. So there's one texture. And that will be copied over to resources. Okay, I'm just gonna have a look at this dungeon texture. So looks like a palette. Is the stream good now? I don't seem to have any issues on my end. I'm gonna double check the... No, seems to work. Well, that was Twitch, I guess. Yeah, no, that seems to work. Okay, so renderable, we have the model, but when we load the model, right, so here we set, right, so here we can set like things like texture and stuff. Hello, Penguin. Welcome back. Hope you're having a nice day. Right, so I need to check in Raylib how to actually like Raylib, how to Set texture to 3D model. Material map diffuse. Okay. Oops. Right. I'm just gonna do like model texture. I'm just gonna do this non-generically. Now, what is that source? Resources. It was called dungeon underscore texture. All right, let's see what that will do. Hey, it actually works. There's our little chest. Cool. Nice. Now, is there a way to kind of get like the model? I mean, I don't really need it to be physics based. Also, it's gonna be like, we could bring all the models in here, but to actually like place them out in like a nice, you know, nice little thing like this, that's gonna be like a whole other thing. I mean, maybe we could do like a little GUI thing. Like we could do like a dungeon editor where you simply select the model, you place it, but it's gonna be very limited because it's gonna be like on one. I'm gonna well, on one Y level. Probably. Okay, sure, let's do that. That actually sounds like a good thing, because it's gonna be... So, let's do that. So basically, instead of moving around like this, I'm going to be able to just have like a free... Well, actually, you know what? The camera, I wanted to have like, you know, kind of like a top-down view where you just place the things. It's going to be a locked in the Y level. Maybe you can zoom in and out, but yeah, so I want something more like that. So it's not going to be an FPS. This is like FPS here. And that's not what I want. right now. I'll probably, let's see. You know what? I'll rename you to update FPS, and then we'll have another function, which is like update editor mode or something, and then we'll have update, which we'll just call one of these. So you will call editor mode. All right. So follow is true. The delta does not do anything really. So yeah, this won't do anything. The target is essentially, target should always be position towards, well, it's like we have a direction. Yeah. So this should always be the case, and the direction is always kind of the same, I guess. Because this makes it so that we're always facing the same direction, essentially. And right now it's like facing somewhere. It's facing like forwards or whatever. If we initialize with editor mode, I want it to be instead pointing down. So -1. That points straight down. I don't know if we want to point straight down, if we want to point like a little angle. I don't know. Let's do this. That's gonna be, you know, angled a little bit. No, let's do 0.2, and then I guess this would be 0.6. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, so now we are no longer facing like forwards, we should be facing down. Yeah. And I'm also not gonna attach, well, I'm gonna change, let's see, create player. We have to make, you should still be like, dynamic. Position, we need to move you up. Somewhere. Now, the thing is, how do we disable? Because I also want to kind of, I don't really know if, I don't really want a shape for the player. So if we just do that, will that still work? Now I can't move. for some reason. So do we have to have a shape? Okay. I'll actually just lock Y. Yeah, so now we're not like affected by gravity essentially. So now we have this more, you know, motion where we can kind of move around as a orbital thing. And then I also want the cursor to actually be, well, you know what? We need a cursor actually. Should a cursor be a 3D object as well, or like a 2D thing? I could make it a 2D thing. This is like StarCraft. I don't know, man. Sure. Okay, that's the pointy finger. This is, I guess, texture, or, yeah, sure. Whoops. All right, there we go. Let's add that here. Texture, whatever. Actually, it's called actually, you know what? I should make I should actually make a command like copy asset. No, base name is name. Source file name is gonna be and then destination file name is resources okay. Actually, we could check if the source is readable. If that is 0, then no, wait. What? Oh, right, the Lua actually begins down here. Plus, oh. Some zig sneaking in there, and then we just do some kind of ASDF. ASDF not found, great. There's also like notify. Integer. Okay. Cool. All right, and then I'm just gonna say, well, if it does exist, we're now gonna copy a file. We could, I guess we could call system. Prefer vim.system in Lua. Runs the system command. Code signal standard out, standard error. Text true. What the hell is that? Handle as text. Okay. Well, we don't care about the result. I just want to copy source file name to destination file name. F3D texture PNG. It would be nice to also like have auto completion actually. I think there is a way to do that as well. Like we could help create user command, auto command. Wait. No, not auto command, auto complete. Oh, complete. Okay. File in path. So how do you supply the path? That's perfect, but how do you supply the path? In path. Like, do I supply a path here? No. Path option setting. in your path. Buffer local path option. Is that where you are currently? And then file is like the root or something? Okay, so you can make a custom function. Okay. Complete command, complete function. Arglid command line cursor position. Okay. So if this is a function, right? So this would be copy asset complete, and you get like org lead command line. What else was it? Cursor position. Then I guess org lead is the current string. And then we can return a list. Right. Okay. So that's org lead is going to be the base, or that's going to be the base name, or the name subpath. That's going to be the subpath. So essentially we need to we could just do is there like an ls list files? I mean, we just do ls, I guess. You know what? We could do, like, if you do ls, no. I guess we can filter outside. I guess we do an ls and then filter these. And there we go, there's all the stuff. So it's, well, it's a one string with a bunch of, okay. So I can turn those, I guess, yeah, into lines. Let's see if there's a easy way to do that. Separate, split string into lines. Split, okay. Vim split works, okay, cool. So let's do vim split on new lines. All right, now we have a list, cool. And then I'm gonna filter those on org lead. So there's like a 4 pair or something. Well, it's not a key, it's an index. All right, so we got the file name. Now we could check if, okay, now I need to see like Lua, check if string starts with. If this was a more modern language, then there is an actual built-in like standard library for this, but string sub, string, okay. Yeah, we could do this, I guess, as well. There's a lot of ways to do it. I like this one. Oh, so you can extend it. Don't like the convention though, but I do like this function, yeah. But why is this syntax color weird? There's something going on somewhere. Not sure where the issue is. Oh, it's probably this if here. So if file name starts with org lead, let's do like filtered files. Then, okay, there we go. Filter files. I don't remember how to actually add this here, but Lua, this is the problem with Lua. Like it's so different from everything else. So every time I need to do anything in Lua, I constantly have to. This is how it looks. I constantly have to like check how to do this and that. No, I'm searching for append, and I don't like get the one thing that I want. I can insert. Table insert. Okay, fine. Let's do that. Table insert. All right. The good thing about it being in Vim though is that Vim has a bunch, or NeoVim has a bunch of, well, both Vim and NeoVim has, I guess mostly Vim probably, a bunch of like utility functions for this. And since NeoVim kind of converts Vim script into Lua, I guess, in some way. Not sure how they actually do it, but you can call, you know, Vim script functions from Lua and it works. So this split function is like a Vim function, which is really nice to have. So it kind of complements like the Lua base stuff pretty good. Okay, but yeah, let's see. Copy as complete. Let's call this and we'll do like print. All right, and then if we start to say F3D, for example, whoops, we are only gonna get the F3D stuff. Okay, cool. So it seems to work. Now, let's try it. Copy asset, and here we go. We can actually get auto-completed for which asset we want. Okay, cool. So there we go. A little sidetrack there, but I really wanna. You know, this is the kind of thing that I really like. It's like you make a little tool to make your life a lot easier down the line. You spend a little, you notice a pattern, you spend a little time optimizing it, and all of a sudden you can do things more quickly. Cool. You just have to be careful though, because it does lock you down a little bit. You know, if I were to change my patterns, that becomes more cumbersome, but you know, so that's why you have to wait, like before you, like you can see a pattern, but usually I wait a little bit before I actually commit to do some kind of abstraction or automation. But anyway, so we have the texture, and this texture was used to draw the mouse cursor. So I'm gonna go to draw, and actually I could just add, no, let's just do it like this. I'm gonna add, or I'm gonna draw the UI here, which I don't really have, so I'm gonna create it. All right, and then we're gonna grab the mouse position. It's gonna be mouse position, and we're also gonna get screen to world 2D, so that we would get the proper thing. In this case, mouse position, camera is the current camera, so camera UI. Okay, and then we have the mouse position. Now we can just draw the cursor on the mouse position. So we'll draw a texture. The texture is actually, this needs to be a PRO. Yeah. So we have the texture is gonna be self get texture texture. We are gonna get the source rectangle. So this is like draw mouse cursor. Essentially, I'll just put this in here just to. Source rectangle is going to be the thing we had here. 4/6/1913. Wait. Did I say correct? Yes. And then we have a destination rectangle. It's gonna be same as source, but we'll change X to be mouse position X and Y to be mouse position Y. So you have a texture, a source rectangle, destination rectangle, origin 0, rotation 0, tint is white. All right. Oops. All right. So there we go. Now we should be drawing a mouse cursor. Yeah. Cool. All right. So, actually, I want to try something. I want to change the perspective on the camera to be orthographic. Okay. Because it kind of fits better. I'm gonna change it back to perspective just for now, though. I don't want to have to deal with trying to make it easier. Well, okay. Anyway, then kind of the movement of the camera is what I want to also figure out. So, well, this is FPS, so I guess we'll need another controllable. Let's do I'm just gonna call this editor 3D. I don't know what to call this really, but as good as any. Okay, editor 3D. We're gonna have a component for that as well, but you don't have jump strength. And an input as well. And also you don't have jump. Okay. And you are called editor 3D. Okay, and then we go to preset. And I'm gonna copy this. Editor 3D. You're gonna be import components, controllable, editor 3D. You're gonna be import systems, controllable, editor 3D. You're gonna be import systems, input, editor 3D. All right. And then everything else we can set the same. And then we change you to editor 3D. So now we have a new preset there. Yeah, and we don't have jump anymore, so we'll get rid of that. All right. So okay. Now we're moving around. The question is, should we apply a force or an impulse now? Let's try changing these to impulse and see where that lands us. Because you know, we're kind of floating around in the sky. I want it to be more... Well, it's good, but I also want kind of when we don't to come to a stop. So if we go to demo player, now I wonder if there's a way to do this here. I don't know, like damping, is that like we do have damping? I don't know really what this is doing, so I need to figure it out. If we set this to some high number, do we still... Okay, there we go. That's way better. Cool. All right. And let's also add a little... let's do like zoom in and zoom out. Actually, I don't actually have... yeah. I don't have like mouse stuff. Like the input system is pretty rigid right now. So I'll just put it straight up in here. So basically what I want is if wait, we don't have raylib here. Mouse button down middle. Wait, no, that's not correct. Scroll mouse wheel, that's what it's called, wheel. Get mouse wheel move. So if this wheel move, if the wheel move is negative, we do something. If it's positive, we'll do something else. So I'm not sure which way is correct. We just have to figure it out. But then we'll change, I think we'll change this, the zoom factor. We'll add that, and we'll change you, we'll like add 0.1 or something, I don't know. Okay. Zoom speed. Okay. So then we have to go to camera and we have to say that so here is like, I think to zoom, yeah, I think we have to kind of move the actual camera, maybe. Actually, I actually don't know, because in 2D, in camera 2D, it's like zooming just scales everything up. Camera's field of view for a lens zoom effect or moving the camera position closer. Okay, so you do change the FOV. Smaller causes zooming close. I thought that was like a field of view. Okay. All right. So camera FOV is gonna be. Let's do like. I'll do like an like initial FOV, whatever it's called, and then I guess. Over zoom scale negative. Oh. No. There we go. And you are this. Okay. This does not feel like a zoom. I mean, I guess a little bit. Whoa. All right. I mean, I guess we could like limit it. So we could say zoom is min-max. So max zoom, min zoom, zoom. Min zoom is min zoom would be like negative 40. I don't know. Max zoom plus 40. It's interesting. Like, what if we change it? We change the perspective now to orthographic. Okay, this is an actual zoom here. Let's keep. I think I want this, and then the initial zoom, I'll change you to like 60. Hello Blue, welcome back. I looked at the stream, I didn't see any issues before. Okay, cool. Except the chest is kind of small. So I'm actually gonna go back to the asset, the load model. I'm gonna... No, that's not the correct thing. Where is that? Was it in the renderable, perhaps? We set the scale to something small, yeah. I'm gonna actually set this to 1. See? Okay. This is where it would be nice if... Well, actually, you know what? In this case, we can just say splat1, because we know what the result vector is. But, let's say we wanted something like, you know, up, for example. Now, what would be nice here... Oh, it was a YouTube issue, okay. I did check the YouTube stream as well. I checked both Twitch and YouTube, and they seemed to work. Or maybe it was a temporary issue, I don't know. Anyway, so this is where it would be nice in Zig, where you could define a function that had like an unknown result type, or the result type is gotten from where you use it. So let's say we want an up function here, but the result type could be either a vector, like it's an array of any type, like it's a vector, you know, but the length is unknown. It's like anything. That would be cool if we could, like, you know, do any type or result type, or if we can even bind it to something that we can actually that we could inspect here as well, so that we could say that, okay, well, if let's say this is t here, whoops, I mean, you can kind of do it if this is a com time t, but then you have to supply the type before, like you have to supply the type. So that kind of defeats the purpose of being, you know, nice to use. So, like, if we could somehow do this, I think they are working on something to be able to bind types. I'm hopeful that this would be a thing, because that will make things insane. So basically, you would like check, like, if this is equal to if we're making a vector 2, then well, yeah, we don't splat, then we'll make return 0 and -1. So that would be up in that case. If it's a vector 3, then I mean, it would be the same thing like that, and so on. So yeah, that would be really cool. Like if you could like inspect the return type to make like a very generic up function, so it would work with both vector 2 and vector 3, kind of like splat is. Splat is that kind of function. You can see that it takes a scalar, and then it takes an any type, which is an any vector type, but you can't actually define a function like this, and even you can't like inspect what the result type will be. Like, this is not valid. Yeah, you have to get an actual thing here. I wish that you could, though. I wish, man. What if you did type of type of splat and this is a function return type. So you can't do, oh, you can't actually just refer to splat as a thing. Oh well. But this would be really cool if you could do something like this. However, we can't right now. So we have to do like up 3 or up 2, you know, or up and then have like the dimension first, and yeah, up and then the dimension. Like, you can do that, but it's just like, I would rather do this. Anyway, this is not the case. I can just say scalar 3, 1, or I can say splat 1 as well, because that works. Okay. Scale 1. So now the dude will be like giant here, and the chest, I don't even see the chest now. It's like behind here. Okay, so I'm gonna remove the dude. We're not gonna use the dude anymore, unfortunately. Dude. Maybe it's like gonna be a cameo somewhere. Maybe we could just put the dude somewhere else. Let's put the dude like over yonder. I just want to see how the chest looks here. Alright, so there's the little chest there. Cool. And we're also not going to create these boxes and stuff. Alright, cool. So now we can, what I want to do is like, I want to make it so that we can kind of select a excuse me. Actually, I just want to make it so whenever we click somewhere, we're going to create a chest at that point. So I'm going to make a system with my create system. What was that error message? Okay, well, anyway, we have the editor system, and now I wanna. Well, first of all, are we set up systems? We are. We had it here. We also want to add it to update. All right, there we go. Okay. So basically, we just want to get the mouse position. Well, actually, we want to check like, okay, so are we? Excuse me. Is mouse pressed? Then we're gonna get the mouse position, and we're gonna say create position is, well, that's mouse, so this will be vector 3, so this mouse position X, and a Y is, I guess, 1 maybe, and then this is Y. Actually, like this. Oops. Alright. And then we'll call in demo.sig. We'll call create now. Chest. Game and create position. Oops. All right. Are you serious? Oh, raylib vector. Oh. Oh, that's why it didn't do the thing. Okay, there we go. Okay. Oh, you know what? Actually, it's not at X, Y. It's gonna be... Yeah, okay. So actually, if I press up here, now you can see all the things, because I was like way off somewhere. So this is not the position that we want. We want the position like where we kind of point at the surface here, because we can also move around, you know, and yeah, that's not great. So how to get that? Well, there is like a, I guess there's like a raycast we could do in box 3D. So there's like B3 world cast ray closest, and we have the world. Actually, you can do world and then cast ray closest instead. There we go. And then we have the origin, which is, I guess, the camera. So we have 2 raylib. I'm also gonna do 2 B3. Oh, there is no vec2. Yes, there is vec2, sorry. And vec3. Is there vec4 as well? No, there's no vec4. Okay, so then I guess that doesn't work. And then we could turn a raylib vec. 1 second. All right, I'm back. Hello, cool guy. How's it going? Are you learning anything? Stream and? No? This would be B3, vec2. Oh, we can actually do this. And vec3. All right. 2B3 is going to be 2B3, and yeah, so if the type is a vector, so we could actually, you could look at this. So if the type info of type of v is equal to a vector, then we'll do, then it's like this built-in thing. Otherwise, it's gonna be like a vector, like it's gonna be like a Rayleigh vector. I'm just gonna try to bitcast it, and we'll see if that works. That might not work. Learning moderate topics in web dev, scaling, rate limiting, other stuff. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. You don't want to get into game dev instead? 2b3, let's see. So, all right. And then we'll also do from as well. So now finally we have these functions. From B3 and from B3. B3 vec2 and B3 vec4 or 3, I mean vec4 doesn't exist. And this would be from B3. Buffering, internet gone. Okay. Well, I don't seem to have any issues on my end. It seems to be an issue on your end. The internet seems unstable. I'm gonna guess it just doesn't work. If type of v is vec2, then we're gonna return vx, vy, otherwise we're gonna return, what the hell, vz. So, origin is gonna be camera position. And you are 2b3 origin. Translation is what I'm guessing that the ray direction. This is the ray direction. Now it's yours. I checked the other video. Are you serious? Like I don't see on my end here, and I did get the same complaint from the other dude, but then I went to check the actual live, and I seem to actually be fine. There has been no issues with the stream from my end. So, I don't know what you're talking about. According to YouTube, there's no issues. You can check. You can, I mean, switch to Twitch then and check if it works better there. I mean, it's better. Like I don't know why you're watching on YouTube when you can watch on Twitch, because you get better. Well, it's not from my end. I have 0 dropped frames. I have like a constant, healthy stream. And for me, I got the stream up immediately. But I did mute my mic, so maybe that's what you were thinking about. If it was actually buffering, you would see the loading thing. You're on the phone. I mean, it could just be your local network then being. Are you on like a transport? Do you have me on speaker? Translation. Okay. Translation. So this is where we point to. You would say, okay, Penguin, that is a good attempt, but that's not the word you would use. That means more like Twitch is. Well, it kind of means like Twitch would, if Twitch would be a person, you would say, but you would what you would say is Twitch funkar bra. You would say this. Where funkar means works, as in something works. Like arbetar means to do a job, like a person does a job. Yeah, funkar, yeah, funk. Exactly. There cannot be two same shit. Yes, there can, Cold Guy. Aren't you like both in the same kind of region? You're east from here, right? So it could be a regional issue. How do we do this translation? Origin plus something. It's like the mouse. I mean, would this be the create position? No, it won't be. The mouse is part of it, though. Actually, wait. It's not going to be this camera. It's going to be the 3D camera. Ray. Whoops. And here we get a mouse ray. Create position we don't really have yet. You have position and then direction. So the direction, this could be origin plus direction, or is it just direction? And filter, I'm just gonna do empty. And then we get the result. And we have all these things. Point, I guess that would be the point. If there was a hit, I guess hit. If there's no hit, we don't do anything. Aur bahai kia horahai. What does that mean? So, oh man, I shouldn't have read that. What if you told me to say something really bad? Well, you didn't tell me to say it. I just read it because I wanted to try it. Creatures. Right, this would be from B3. Well, you know what? Instead of saying from B3, we should just say from. Like there should just be one from. Yeah. Alright, so let's call from instead. Cool, cool. Okay, let's see if this works. I mean, I don't understand why you're watching on YouTube, Koga, because you get better feedback, like more instant feedback. 1 second. Okay. Alright, that does not seem to work. Okay. I wonder if like there's something wrong with the orthographic as well, but yeah, I don't know. It could also be that it doesn't actually hit anything. Like, this is a ray. And we get a direction. The direction might be very small, so maybe we need to scale it. The direction might actually be normalized, so let's scale it up by 100. No. Okay. Okay, but what if we say we might not even need this for now. Like I'm just gonna because this would be cool, because then you could put things on top of other things. But I'm just gonna get... I'm just actually gonna say that mouse ray, so the create point will be, create position will be mouse ray position plus direction scale by... No, this doesn't work. I need to find the intersection point of the plane at origin. So where y is 0, essentially. Or 1. No, 0. So could we take... So... I'm thinking this the wrong way. So mouse ray, we get the mouse position. Yeah, that's the screen coordinate. And then we get a ray from where? I get from the camera, maybe? And then a direction. Now we need to travel that direction until we hit the plane where y is 0. So basically, like, we have the origin, and then I guess we have like a direction times something. Should be equal, you know, x equals x, y is 0, z is z, something. So the question is, how do we get A? It's like A is equal to, I'm gonna call R for result, minus origin, over direction. But we don't have this though. I guess this is the what we want though, actually. But then if we take, okay, so if we take this, then is R over direction. We cancel, I guess this cancels. No, this is just canceling everything in the end, yeah. R is R. I don't know, man. Okay. How do we get... Can I think of this? I mean, I can Google it. I just wanted to try to do this myself. Like, you know, hacking away at the rust of my math brain. So this, okay, hang on. This would be AX, this is like origin X. Origin Z. No, it's not. It's origin times... No, it's plus direction X times A. I guess what we really want is like origin Y plus direction Y times A is equal to 0. So then A is gonna be negative origin Y over direction Y. Yeah. And if direction Y is 0, we don't hit. Or if direction Y is up, we don't hit as well. So if it's more than or equal to 0, we return. And then we have the scale is going to be position Y negative over direction Y. And then we scale that, and that should be the position. Oops. That's not used, okay. And if this works, I'm a genius. Oh my god, it works. Okay. Yes! I solved a thing using like maths. Okay, but you can, as you can see, also it kind of like moves up a little bit. It's because I created like down into the ground, so it kind of moves. You know, it's like moves up a little bit. So what we can do is like that's the starting point, but then I want to move Y up a little bit so that we create the kind of the chest above ground a little bit. Cool. And it should work with zoom and with that also. Nice. Oh my god. Okay, finally it worked. Cool. Now so we're creating a bunch of chests. What I want to do is I want to be able to create like anything in the model thing. So I want to add like a little UI so that we can select the model. So for that, I'm gonna do like, we're gonna have like selected model. I'm gonna make this a U size. Actually, this could be a model key. And I guess we'll start out with the chest. And we also need like a create function for each type of thing. So this, let's rename you to like create, what's it called? Prop or something. And we have the model key. And that is the model key we're gonna use here. So we're just switching that out. All right, and then now we can have this be selected model. Okay, just gonna check that this still works. Yeah. And if we change this out to dude, for example, then we're gonna create a bunch of dudes. Yeah, cool. So now what I want is I want raylib GUI, which we don't actually have yet. So I'm gonna get ray GUI. I'm not sure if we need an artifact for that. Or ray GUI, it's called. But I guess we'll find out. If things doesn't work, then we probably need it. So I'll just put it there. I'll get out of the build.zig because it gives me a bunch of errors that I don't understand, but yeah. And then we can go, I guess, to draw. I'm gonna call it RG, maybe ray GUI. Okay, it seems to work, perhaps. Right, so this will be raylib GUI. I'm not sure if we need to begin or do something here. Enable. What does that do? Enable GUI controls. Okay, I might have to look up some documentation on raylib GUI here. Begin drawing, blah blah blah, so we can make a button. Okay, so it doesn't actually. Okay, so you don't have to do that, I guess. Okay, draw UI, draw mouse cursor. Okay, so let's do. Draw. No. There should be like a drop down. Yeah, drop down box. Bounds. Not sure. Let's put it somewhere down there. And this would be. I don't know really. Text is model or prop. Active. Let's get active. Edit mode true. How do I change the contents? And what does it return? Like, is there a reference? Documentation. Nope. Examples. Controls test suite. And let's search for drop down. What the hell's happening here? GUI lock, GUI unlock. What does that do? Drop down box, text padding, set style, okay. Drop down box. Oh, wait, what? So this is how we define the elements. I see. And then if, so it's like it returns like a bool, but it's an I32. I guess one means true. All right. So if, I guess if it's one, it might, was that it changed or what? Edit mode is not edit mode. What? We will get the editor system. So this would be get singleton editor, and then selected model equals act. So models, actually it's going to be like int enum from int assets model key. All right, cool. And the actual model drop down text is going to be something we create here in comtime, because the model keys are comtime known, so we can make this a comtime thing. And it's like one, so it's like hashtag 01 hashtag text, and semicolon is like in between. Okay. So we'll get the tags. It's gonna be meta tags of assets model key, and then we can do for tags tag. We will do, and also the result is this. Gonna break that result, and you know what? There is a comtime print. I'm gonna look at this buff print, in content, right? Because I wish there was like a comp time writer almost with this. Is there a comp time writer? No. But there could be. There could be, I think, if they wanted to make one. But anyway, result is equal to result plus, and then it's like hashtag plus what is also strange here is that it's like 0, 1. So it's like is it only going up to 99? Here you can, okay, no, maybe it's just for formatting, I don't know. I'm gonna skip that and we'll just do no, this is this is 0. And actually, you know what, let's do content print here. And that, and then this is the label, and then this. I'll skip that for now. Okay, now this is and then we have the tag, name of tag. All right, and then if I is equal to tags, well, if I is less than tags length -1, then we'll add that. So we don't add a semicolon to the end, which seems to be what they want. All right, so there we go. Also need to specify this. Now we should have this be a string that we can pass into here. I thought first that this was the label, but it wasn't. So those actual items here. Model drop-down text. Okay. Expected integer. Oh yeah, this is gonna be active. Okay. So if we run this, we should see a Dropbox with the different models available. Hopefully. Oh. Or we can crash. Whatever floats your boat. Okay, segfault in GUI drop-down box. Well, at least the code compiles, so that's good. We don't need to do anything else there. 84. Okay, something is going wrong here. We have a rectangle, we have text, active, edit mode. Okay. Can I go here? Segfault. Like, it is supposed to be a sentinel, so we should get... I mean, do I have to add the 0 myself? I mean, I guess I could... No, that's not the issue. That's not the issue. God damn it. Items selected. Is the format wrong? Is that why? GUI text split. Or is that simply part of... Okay, you know what? I'm gonna remove the hashtags and see if that helps any. Oh. I guess we can still have it like that. Okay. No. Okay, let me load this out, see what this is here. Okay. Still get an issue on the same place. So text split. Is it that we haven't like set the style or something? Because this example doesn't do anything. To set any styling at all. Wait, where's the... Where's the thing? GUI dropdown box must draw after any other control that can be covered on unfolding. Okay. Alright, Penguin. What the hell is happening? Yeah, it's a 0 after, so it's not like... Yeah, it seems like the string is correct. Alright, I need to BRB here, I'll be right back. Alright, let's continue. Yeah, so I don't know why we get a seg fault here. Also kind of a strange address to get a seg fault. Usually it's because something wasn't properly initialized or something like that. I mean, maybe. Oh. Okay, maybe it's because of this. We have to initialize this to something. Oh, I see. Okay, and then it's always going to be 0. Right, this needs to be something that we actually modify in the long run. Okay, I think that's the issue. Okay, and then there should be something like draw or input. What was this? Enable GUI controls global state. Really, what I'm trying to look for is like if we got some kind of event for, because in GUI has a thing where you can say like if the UI has some kind of event for the mouse, and in that case you don't want to have mouse control for the rest of the application. So, and also I have no idea what this is. Like unlock. Lock. What does this even mean? Lock GUI controls. It's like it's disabled or something. Disable. Oh, is this the same kind of thing? Like lock and disable, is that the thing? Same thing? No. I have no idea. What is this? CD, cdef. Oh, these are the raw C functions, I see. Alright, let's go through this here. Grid. Icons, font, group box, icon text is lock label. Okay, there is no function for that. Interesting. Okay. So then I guess you would have to kind of handle that yourself. Because what the issue is that when I hover over the Dropbox and I click here, it's gonna create a chest there instead of not doing that, or it's gonna create the dude. Okay, but what I want to do is I want to create. Let's make like a UI thing. So I'm gonna make like a Dropbox struct here. or drop down, or whatever it's called. And we're gonna have this could actually be, well, let's just have like items is a list of some things. You know what, it can be generic, where the items are T. It also doesn't have to be, actually. This could just be, we don't really need items, actually. We just need a selected index. And is open. And I will have an update function. And this would be called, and this would be like, give us a bool if something changed. So, I think, or maybe not. Okay, let's just do void here. So here we'll do this thing here. And after, well, actually we don't do that here, we do that over here. And here we want ray GUI and, oh yeah, position. Vector 2, size. Position, we can also put options, which would be some kind of list of something. I guess, I mean, I guess it could be a list of strings. And then drop down text would be the text we actually pass in to raylib. That could be stored here, or we could just create it every time. It doesn't actually matter. Get text. I'm gonna call it RG options. That's gonna be this. I'm gonna make that work. Alright, so if this is true, self is open, is not self is open. Self is open, self selected index. Okay. So I'm not sure what the hashtags were. Maybe they were like selecting color or something from a palette or something, I don't know. And this would be self get RG options. Alright, now this one is kind of just gonna be this part. Except we can now make a buffer I'm gonna make an allocating writer. No, not an allocate. Wait, just a writer, buffered. No, what is it called? Fixed. It's called fixed. And we give it the buffer. So this is the writer. Cool. And it's fixed. Yeah. And then we're gonna loop through options. And writer is gonna print as option we can also get the index so that we can check if we are I equals self options length minus 1. That means we are in the last one. We continue, otherwise we will write byte this one as a delimiter, and then we'll return writer. Now this buffer is on the stack. So if we call this as a function, that will get uninitialized. But if we pass a buffer in, that's not going to happen. Or let's just say we have a buffer here. It doesn't need to be that large. 256 is probably plenty. Thank you, piano. Plenty there. And update. We're also gonna serve it init, and then we're also gonna have setup, which will actually. Oh my god! What? No, god damn it. Right, so let's do like self buffer and writer dot written. Wait, what is it called? Buffered? Right, yes, buffered. There we go. And then we can also store that here, so we can store buffered is this. Let's actually default that. So then here, instead of calling this every frame, we get the buffered string. And then I guess we can actually set that to none or something, I don't know. setup will actually call buffered equals get RG options. And this could just be write all instead. All right, cool. So now we can create this drop-down thing. I'm also gonna do a general UI system that's gonna have this drop-down. So this will be the model drop-down. Is a drop-down. We're gonna have, because this is what I'm gonna have it as a singleton. Oops. Yeah, and then you are gonna be in it, and then oh yeah, also this self size 0 1 424. Options is gonna be I wonder, actually, is there like a string like enums to tag names? Meta names, like there's actually field names that could work for field names, that could work for like an enum, I think. Field names of model key. Okay. And then we'll do like update. And here self position 0, self position 1. All right. Cool. Now let's go to systems. I'm just gonna do a special thing there for that one, and then draw. Instead of doing this, I'm gonna do well, it's just gonna be like UI is self get singleton UI update, and there we go. But I think I'll move this actually to UI instead, actually, and then we'll do this, yeah, and then I'm gonna get game, and active is gonna be self model drop down selected index. There we go. Oh. Okay, I guess this has to be an I32. Okay. Hello, Infinite Coder. What's up? What's up? Okay. So now, that still doesn't work. Okay. Do I have to like enable and then disable? Or what do I have to do to make this work? I don't know. Or do the cursor have to be enabled or something? Cheesing, solving some Minecraft escape room puzzles. Nice. Man, that sounds fun. That sounds really fun. So I know we have like disable cursor at some point. What if we don't disable cursor? No. Okay. Oh, hang on. It says none. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot to set. Oh yeah, I forgot to call setup. My bad. And that should be called over here. Create systems. We're gonna get UI. We are going to setup. Infinite Code actually finished to go and check out a few Minecraft Game Jam submissions from the same community. Nice. Huh. Minecraft Game Jam. Like, is it like a mod? Like, what kind of things would people submit there? Like mods or adventures or maps or a diversity web map jam? Okay. Nice. Then gotta get back to rendering text with WGPU. What is that? What is WGPU? Blue, any games with tactics and strategies but no luck other than chess? You have Go. There's also a board game called, I think, Robber Barons something. Let me find that for you. This one. That one is without. It's a board game. This one has no dice and no luck-based elements. It's kind of old and maybe hard to get, but I saw some video. I was really interested in it, so yeah, it could be cool. So we all made map sections which are going to be rated and combined into a map. Oh, nice. Cool, cool. So it's part of like a major event, a YouTube thing maybe. WGPU is a rendering library kind of like OpenGL, but using Vulkan Metal under the hood, I think. Basically a cross-platform abstraction. Okay. Cool. Interesting. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm struggling with Raylib here, Raylib UI or Ray GUI here, to make this work here. But yeah, we'll figure it out. Expected this, found that. Oh yeah, this needs to be mutable. Right, and now you're doing this. So I want also in the end to write a 0, and then we're gonna do I think a pointer cast. All right. Cool. Let's see if this works. Raylib is so nice compared to WGPU. Yeah, I can probably imagine that. Yeah. No, I still can't like click on it. I don't know why. The Discord server owner, who is also a YouTuber who just came back from hiatus, is going to stream the final map. Okay, cool. Who is that, if I may ask? I might have heard of him. I've been watching some Minecraft. I'm not a huge watcher, but Big Con Gaming. Okay. I don't think I've heard of that person, but yeah, there's so many. He's relatively small. Okay. Yeah. Cool. 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 Awesome. Is there some kind of theme, or is it like just make whatever, or is there like a mod pack? Just hit 2,000 subs on YouTube. Nice. Wow. And doing things like that, that's awesome. There's no theme, but there must be references to creations. You're allowed to use data packs and commands. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I don't really understand how to make this work here. There are only 3 submissions so far. I feel like they are all going to get combined into the final map. Oh, I see. I was imagining this huge thing. I mean, it's still really cool. To get like people together and do these things. Okay, let's try this again, I guess. I don't think this is the issue, but no. Man, what? Why is nothing happening? What if this is 0? Will this now like go insane? Yeah, it went insane. I'm pretty sure 1 is what it should be if you kind of wanna if you click it. So there's no way I can actually get this to open here. Oh, you know what? Is there a bug in this that it doesn't work if you're zoomed out? So it's actually up here. It doesn't work with the zoom of the camera. So that means that... Wait, so that means kind of that they draw, but they are drawing the thing, so I don't have control over drawing it. And they are also checking with the mouse cursor to see if we're hovering over it. So all that is done in RayGUI. I'm gonna check if there is an issue with this somewhere. There's no issues at all. There are no issues with RayGUI. If you're scaling, it's up to you to address input scaling properly. Here is an example. Set mouse scale. Oh. What? If you have set mouse as to address camera to the scaling. Okay. And set mouse offset to address camera to the UI position in case of rotation. Wait, so I have to call this as well? Or... Okay. So there was actually an answer to this. Set mouse scaling. So the scale would be equivalent to, I guess it would be like 1 over self zoom. Or is it just zoom? I guess we'll find out. Okay, I didn't know that this option existed. That's interesting. Okay, now my mouse is not actually shown at all. Well, it didn't really help. Or did it? Maybe it did. So I set the mouse scale, and then I have to set the offset myself. Now this would happen in update. Let's just do it here. Set mouse offset. But how do I get the original offset? Like if I set the offset here, how do I get like the original? I guess that. Mouse position X times zoom, mouse position Y times zoom, and then int from float. Hello, Phil. What's up? Yeah, see, it just goes away. So do I have to kind of keep track of the mouse myself now? Okay, mouse position. Mouse delta. This is I32, yeah. Okay. I still have the same issue. Okay, what if we don't do the scaling part when we initialize? We don't do this. What happens then? It's gonna have way... Yeah, this doesn't even... So here's the proposed solution here. So let's say we have times 2. Then if screen width is less than screen width times 2, okay, let's just assume we go in here. Set window size times 2 times 2. Okay, this is the initialized part. Okay, I see. And then set mouse scale to half. So it divides by the scaling. Right. Okay. Which we kind of do here as well. We divide by the scaling. So zoom, well, zoom right now I think is, well, yeah, it's 4, so that would be 0.25. So that seems correct. And then the offset, but the problem was that the offset was wrong, I think. I mean, it did feel like that anyway. If we do this, then this is still up here. Like, it doesn't even work. Unless we scale it up now. But that doesn't even work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. So I scale it up. It still tracks up in the left side. Up here, the UI. So what about, okay. Okay, let's do like update for UI. Don't care about this. I don't do this because we already did that. Scaled mouse position is that. What if so what if here do I have to scale it up again? Like, I don't actually understand, because even if I do this, it doesn't actually work. To address camera to this, also set mouse offset to address positioning. So do I set the scale back? No, this what? So this makes it work for like everything else. The UI is still not scaled. So it's like we need to scale twice, it feels like, almost, to make it work. Like, I don't understand why the scale, like, why would you even need to do this? Because it seemed to work fine. Like, if I do this, now I'm back to square 0 again, or square 1. So it seems like we need to scale one more time, like we have to like square this to make it work for the UI. Yeah, let's do that, and then we'll do like draw UI. So let's get input. No. Update. No. Let's just do update for UI. Okay. So now it's like scaled again, so that the mouse position is scaled for the UI. It still only tracks up here. What the hell, man? What the hell? Wait. And then we draw. Okay, wait. Wait. We need to reset. Okay, let's do begin UI. Then end UI. We need to actually set this back. Scale equals game.zoom if extra scale equals time equals itself. This is the scale. Scale mouse position true. Scale mouse position false. Alright. Begin UI and UI. What the hell? Oh my god. Welcome back, Penguin. Hello, Phil. Maybe I already said that. What? What? Also, why is it up here? Huh? Okay, okay, so strange. It's like moved a little bit, but it's still very, very tiny. Wait, do I need to do the other way around? Do I need to do like scale? So if this then scale is 1. No. Of course not. Of course not. Just trying to get a feel for how large this is because it's yeah. Also, we begin at like 0, 0. So why is this drawn over there? Why is it drawn over here? That does not make sense to me. If we start at like 100x, will it move over? It will. Okay, so what if we don't scale here? Okay. And well, now we have like a mouse. It's also like mouse sensitivity as well. Let's do like 0.5. So it's gonna be like zoom times sensitivity. Where is it? God damn it. What the hell, man? Ah, I found it. Where the f... Oh man, it's so tiny. So this mouse position is the thing we have, and we set this to what we have. Okay. Well, that should be the actual mouse position. Like, we should actually times this by the sensitivity. Not the other way around, I don't think. Man, this is so difficult to think about for some reason. Okay. Okay, this mouse position is delta times sensitivity. And we set, this is what we set the offset to. That is what they take to determine if we're on it or not. Since that coordinate is divided by the scale, the zoom, we have to kind of divide this by the scale, right? To get the correct thing. So this would be like negative scale. Or overscale. No. Of course not. No, I think that just... Well... Because if you have like... No, yeah, that should be correct. We divide it to make it move slower over the screen. That should, yeah. But then this should be 1. We don't really care about the zoom. For now. And I need to up the sensitivity, but no, maybe not. And now we're back to, I think, what we had from the start. What the hell? So if we divide this by wait, but now it's just 1 though. No, this, hang on. This is divided by zoom. There we go. Okay, I just don't know what the hell I'm doing. How did I get it over there? Now it's up here. Why? Why? What am I missing here? I am confused. Okay, I'm gonna check something. What does scale even do? What does mouse scale even do? It's not gonna be Regui, it's gonna be Raylib. Wait, is it Regui or Raylib? Yeah, well, of course you don't see here. Let's see, set mouse scale. Yeah, I clicked it. Why is it not going there? Set mouse scale, input mouse scale equals blah blah blah. Okay, so then wait, there's an example. But we don't use Regui here. Like, okay, do you have anything like get mouse position? mouse point, GUI pointer position. It's a define. Okay. Can I get back? So this just calls get mouse position. Okay. And that's it. It doesn't. Okay. So it gets the screen coordinate, but we set the offset. That should change it, right? That's what they're saying. Like that should change the thing. Like if we go back and we set it to be at the actual input itself, which is at, let's set it at like 525. So then that should always be touching it should always be on the GUI now, or on the drop down, which is not. Also, it doesn't actually do anything. So okay, so this doesn't do anything. For what the hell, man? What the fuck? I was led to believe that it would do something because there's an issue here where like GUI button hitbox ignore camera 2D, GUI button doesn't capture input, blah blah blah. Because we're like scaled in for a second each my game and drawing count. Well, here's if you're scaling the UI with camera 2D, it's up to you to address the input scale properly. And so you have mouse scale, and then you can set mouse offset to address camera to the UI positioning. To address camera to the UI positioning. But it doesn't seem to do anything though. Set mouse offset. Set mouse offset. That sets the offset. So okay, but what is get mouse position? Current position plus, oh, so offset is an add. Okay, that explains the weird behavior. And then scale. What the hell? Okay. So it was not actually, I was thinking that this actually set the position directly, which was not correct. Okay, that is enlightening. And yes, enlightening, that's how you say it. Great. So we do this as per the thing, and then mouse offset is I don't know, is this actually is this changed? I mean, it is obviously, because if we don't do this, we just get some strange behavior. Also, it seems like scale doesn't actually do anything by itself. We have to use it in conjunction with offset. But in this example here, it doesn't even set the offset. I don't know. Okay, so what should offset be? Is it going to be the camera offset, like the camera, like this type of offset here, which is 0? Or what is it supposed to be? Like it's plus, so you take the mouse position plus offset times the scale. Because it's like if we're zoomed in a little bit, but the thing is we're still zoomed in, but the zoom in actually happens like the transform origin is like top left, so we still there is actually no like offset. So if we go back to this, what's gonna happen now? We have this thing. It's still... So now it's just scaled down. So all we can... I guess what we need to do is somehow make the mouse look like when we draw it, that it's scaled up. But as you can see, it's also the actual position of the thing. So I mean, I could just wrap the function. I could just wrap like get mouse position and have it be, yeah, my own thing, I guess. We could do that. It just feels like this should be built in somehow, somewhere. But okay. Because I was just thinking like, okay, well, he has a solution, so let's try it. And then it was like this huge ass rabbit hole, which doesn't even work. Or, well, it wasn't clear to me. Okay, so mouse position. Well, it's actually like mouse offset. So is there like set mouse position as well? There is. I mean, I guess we could try that as instead. Take full control when we set it ourselves. So instead of offset, we would set position. And now I'm also gonna test. If we set it here, then that has to be correct. And now also we don't need to do the scaling part. Yeah. And where's the thing? So this would do that. So now it should always be on the thing.
on the drop down. So the drop down should be highlighted now. Is my yes, it is. Okay, good. So then let's go back. To this, try again. Okay. So this is now correct, but the sensitivity is off. So what we do is we just up the sensitivity to maybe 1. That's like 5 times. Yeah. Okay. Oh my God. Finally. Holy shit, man. And now we can change the thing. Oh my God. Okay. That was way too much work for what feels like something very simple. Well, okay. Okay. Cool. That now works, and we got sensitivity on the for free. Cool. Or not for free, but yeah, you know what I mean. Great. So that now works. Cool. Okay. Now, but the thing is also now, it's like we still have this issue where if I click here and click, it's still like doing the click action as I'm clicking. Like we don't know if well, I guess if we went into the thing, we know that we are kind of actually activating it. So I guess the only thing we really need to check is if we go to UI and then we'll say wants to capture input or captures input. Okay. And then if this is true, we wanted to capture the input. So this would, I want to return whatever this returns. So result is gonna be this. Bool return results. And here's also if result is true, then yeah. All right, and then here we're gonna say if this happened, then captures input is true, and also captures input is false up here. I mean, it just this just feels like something that has to be part of the built-in stuff. I don't know, but yeah. Let's just do this, and then what we'll do is we'll just check on I think, was this in control? Where did we do the thing? Is it in here? No. Something with raycast. This one. Oh, it's the editor system. Oh, yeah. So we press the left button, but we also want to check if is locked. GUI is locked. Now, so we don't get this. What we do get is we get the input system and we check if input no, wait, where was this? Oh, no, the UI. Sorry. Let's just put this in game somewhere. So we get the UI and we check if we capture input, then we don't do anything here. All right. So we can do this. If we press up here, we still do this. Why? Because this was set to 1, or this was true, then we close it. We return the result, which should be true. This one checks, it sets it to true. And then everything else should see that as true, and then we go to the next thing again. So, what the hell? Now I'm confused again. Was there an issue with this? No? Why is this happening, man? I update, I get the result. If the result is true, we toggle the open. So that definitely happens. Like we can see it toggles it because it opens up. But then we return the result. That should be true. This should be true. So we're setting this to true. And then we're getting it here to check if this happens. If this happens, we shouldn't actually do this part. Yeah, so this happens here. But like, it doesn't matter because the UI system is updated. This sets to false. Okay, so okay. I know, okay, so I know why it's happening now. It's because of the order of operations. So this update should actually happen then before the other one. Which is an issue because in here we actually draw the thing. This actually draws the thing. And we don't want to draw. Well, okay, we can actually, I guess. Where is. Yeah. So, I mean, if we change to this, it would work, I think. But then we're kind of drawing before we update. It doesn't even work now, anyway. Okay. What? That does not make sense. After this, that should be updated. The UI, and it says like capture input. And then this update goes into the editor update. And now this should be correct. This does not make any sense to me. What the hell? Why? Is it because we're checking this? Somehow this will go through anyway. Like, is it happening in different frames? That doesn't make sense. Hang on. No, it's actually on press. I was thinking like, is it happening on release? No, it's happening on press. Yeah. Box 3D, man. Pretty cool. But yeah, that, okay. Well, this is a kind of like a game. How high of a tower can we make? Oh, is that the... No. It was some kind of weird rendering issue. All right. Impressive. Anyway, I had to let off some steam there. Okay. Hello, Anedonia. What's up? Welcome. I would play this game. Yeah. Reaching. There's some kind of weird rendering issue down there. I don't know what's going on there. It like gets high enough. Maybe it has to, okay, I think I know what it is. I think it has to do with the orthographic, actually. Projection, probably. Okay. But I actually forgot what the issue that we were dealing with. Oh yeah, the Dropbox. Okay, I don't know why this is happening. Like, oh, you can even do this. You can even like click and then release. We could also do this. I can go here and remove editor update from there. And then instead we would go to, I guess this would happen here. Yeah, draw. And we would update the editor here instead. But that still should have the same issue. Does it? Like if I click up here? No. Also, when I click outside, it doesn't change. But if I click here, it does. For some reason, it's like it's two events. Oh, it's because it's release on this one. I see. But how would we know if it captures the output or input? This has to be something here. Ray-GUI mouse events or Well, how would you search for this? How to know if Ray-GUI wants to capture input? Maybe AI can help here. No. But this is ImGUI, so I know that ImGUI has a function. I don't know what Ray-GUI has. Yeah, won't capture mouse. Okay, AI. Ray-GUI does not have a global state. You must manually track if it's hovering. Wah, wah. Okay. I mean, it's doable. we have the rectangle, sort of. We have position and size. We could just have a rectangle, actually. Let's just make it a rectangle instead. So rectangle is going to be position and 64 by 12. And then here we'll simply do self-rec to raylib and over. And now we should be at the same kind of deal. Yeah. And so once the capture, instead of doing this, then well, I guess we can still do a bool here. We can do like return if collides, mouse collides, rectangle, cool. So mouse position is raylib get mouse position. And return rec check. Well, let's do raylib check point rec. Point is mouse position. Actually, I think we need to do screen to world. Yeah. Or do we? No, I think it's already translated. Whatever. Let's just do this. And then direct to Reddit. Alright. So then here is like if mouse collides and the rectangle self-deflect. Okay, now we should have the same dealio happening. Alright, still. Okay, that doesn't trigger it. It's just when we click here. Oh, because this isn't part of the rectangle. Oh, okay. So how would we know this, the size of it here? I don't think we can. I don't know if we can get the size. What is this property? Spacing. I mean, I guess we could get like spacing. We could calculate it, I guess. It's just a pain. All right, we need, so we're gonna get the rectangle and we're gonna check like if we're open, we need to change the height to be equal, or I guess we add, and then it's gonna be like spacing plus the length of the options times, no, it's times the options length. This is the height of the item, which is like size 1. And then so really this would be like this, like size 1 plus that, which we then actually say spacing times options length times options length. And then it's just going to be this plus 1. And we'll remove this. I was thinking if we could optimize it. This is like the worst micro optimization you can do. But it's just fun to do the exercise. Because plus and multiply is like super fast. So it does not make sense to do any kind of optimization here. But anyway, but as everything, it all depends on how often it is called, of course, but this is not called often. So once per frame. Then self option. So let's see. This needs to be converted as well. So we're gonna have a flen, which is an f32, and this is float from int options length. So there we go. And spacing needs to be dealt with, and then we check it now collide with this rectangle. Now the spacing, I guess, comes from this get style drop down item spacing, perhaps. Is that correct? Property drop down box. Oh, I see. We have spacing, we have arrow padding, we have a bunch of stuff. So I guess we'll get this. This gives us an I32. So let's convert it to a float. All right. Okay, let's check this now. Okay, there we go, finally. So I'm guessing this is the spacing here. But we also have like a little tiny spacing over there, so yeah. I don't know. Okay, there we go. Cool. Oh yeah, I also want to, like, if you hold down the middle mouse button, we actually go somewhere. Should that happen? Yeah, that should definitely happen here. All right, so if let's get like mouse delta. I guess we could technically save mouse delta so we actually get that as well. Alright. But then we scale it, so is mouse delta actually going to be depending on the scale as well that we do here? This is only for UI mode, so this doesn't actually do anything. So we can actually just don't do this here. Yeah. And you're not used, so there we go. All right. Now, we want to do, if we, actually this should be part of the camera system, I just realized. Update editor mode, yeah. So let's do, oh, you know what? Now this is actually part of controllable, now that I think about it. Because the camera just follows the body is happening over here. That is what's happening here. Resuming. Let us also check if is mouse down middle, then we get UI, or was it editor? I forgot where it was. No, it's UI, or was it input? Inputs, probably, yeah. All right. Wait, where's mouse delta? Here it is. So we have the mouse delta. We could check. So I guess, I mean, either we could just add to the body. There is a set position, so we can just, let's get the current position, and then we just set position to position plus input mouse delta. Actually, it's not that simple, because this is a vec3, this is a vec2, so we actually have to make you a vec3, and you are mouse, let's get like the mouse delta, the x, and y is 0, and this is the 1. Okay. And we already had him. Okay. Okay. See if that works. There's probably something. I mean, yeah, the direction is not entirely. Whoa. Maybe we need to scale it down a little bit. So let's do like times mouse middle speed. And let's set like 0.1 perhaps. Okay. Yeah, but the angle is a little bit weird. So if I like do upwards, we're going this direction. If I'm doing left and right, we go this direction. So because we're kind of, you know, tilted a little bit, that's how it looks. So we need, well, we kind of have, we have the direction is dir is the direction of the camera. So if we take dir, which is actually normalized, I want to save the non-scaled version, maybe. Make this the scaled dir, or this is like controllable speed dir. Dir times that. And then we'll replace all the dirs here with C speed dirs. Okay, now we can use dir over here. And we'll say, so dir is like, that's like forward. So if we rotate it like this to move right and left, that's for the delta. I mean, or we could just no, yeah, we can take the angle. It's gonna be 8 and 2. Is there an 8 and 2? No, there's not. I don't think so. No. 8 and 2 of delta y and delta x. Okay. So there's our angle for the delta, and then we rotate the dir. With that angle. Okay, it's gonna be in play impulse. It's gonna be a little bit different, but I guess we'll find out. Oh. Oops. We get the angle. We also want the length. The magnitude is okay. We actually need a new function here. Where are the functions? So length is this. Length of D. And let's place that in there. Wait, no, M. Expected F30 found float. 1 second. All right. Expected F30 found. Oh, I see. No, this should not return a float. This returns, or I mean, this should return a float. I mean, But this one actually returns like the same type, so that's not what we want. We want, I'm just gonna make a function here. This gives us this. We're gonna return 2'raylib and then length, and there we go. What's the issue now? Oh, it's a function, not a constant. There we go. Well, technically a function is also a constant, because a function doesn't change. Okay, well, this gives us the length there. Cool, great. Now, let's see. Oh, it still goes up for some reason. Why is that? This should be set every frame. So if it's 0, it should not like keep the old. So it should be 0, which means that this should be 0. Which means that this should be 0. Oh, but we're rotating. Oh, right. Actually, this should be 1, and then we actually need to scale this. Right. This needs to be scaled by n. So, scalar 3 n. There we go. So now I press, and it's not changing unless I go like this. Cool. But as you can see, it's kind of the other way around. So, so I guess we'll just switch X and Y. There we go. And now we can also like add a little, I can add a little, but also while doing this, should we also lock the mouse? Because I feel like that's a thing that happens when you do this in games, which is a really nice thing. So, mouse locked. And like, if mouse is locked, then we'll do something. Otherwise, we'll do this normal thing. If mouse is locked, we're gonna set our 0. We're gonna set, well, yeah, that's it. Okay, so if this happens, we will lock the mouse. And I guess if it doesn't happen, we'll unlock it. Oh, okay. Slight mishap here, because now we don't actually get the delta. So I guess we could still do the delta part. I was thinking like, if other systems would like to look at the delta, yeah, then they wouldn't get like the actual delta, or yeah, whatever. Anyway, let's try this now. Okay, there we go. but it's like the other way around. So I want like it's like reflected. So let's do negative, or yeah, it doesn't matter. We could do anything negative. It's gonna be, yeah, there we go. Or is that correct? I'm not sure actually. Maybe it's just the sensitivity that's off. I can't decide if you hold down, press, and then go up, if it's gonna scroll. Now it's, yeah, I don't know. It's actually, but it is way slower though. It kind of it's like you get the feeling of, yeah, this feels good. This doesn't feel good. I think it's just the speed is too small. Let's double the speed. I don't know. It's something feels off. It feels too. Even more speed. Let's double it again. Was it even doubling? Like, okay, there we go. Yeah, I don't know what direction is correct. So if I hold down, I move my mouse right, it actually moves, you know, the cursor left, but it moves the whole game to the other side. I can't decide which one I want. If I want this way or the other way. Like if I go to... No, that doesn't work. I have Blender here. Well, that doesn't actually do the panning. So, what other? I mean, I could open like another game. I can't name a game that does the thing. Actually, maybe I can. You know what? This game. Maybe. No, maybe not, actually. Okay, let's just ask here. So, what makes sense if you hold down in a game? If you hold down middle mouse and scroll or move, should it pan? Which direction should it pan the camera? Yeah, grab and drag. Cursor says pin to the exact same spot and walk back when you move. Yeah. Thank you, AI, for the confirmation. I guess, yeah. It's kind of like you're moving. Wait, I know what kind of feels weird. Is the cursor supposed to move? Is the cursor supposed to move with the thing? Maybe we don't lock it. Actually. Yeah, it just felt weird that it was like gliding around or something. I don't know.
Actually, you know what? The zooming does not... Yeah, it doesn't follow the zooming. That's what's weird a little bit. Okay, well, should we fix that? Also, we probably don't want to do the impulse thing. We probably do the position thing. Probably. And so this would be the actual delta change. And we'll set you to this. Oh. Okay. Cool. Now I kind of have to match. It actually, yeah, when we're fully zoomed out, it follows pretty accurately, actually. So we have, I think, what? Is it controllable? I think. And so this, I guess, we have like the zoom. The zoom is starts at 1, but it also adds like 10. So it goes from -40 to 40. And when it's, I think 40, the FOV is like 60. I think it was like 65. Okay, it's actually 100. So when it's 100, it looked fine. So 100, and then it goes down to 20? Yeah. So between 100 and 20, so it differs by 80. So the zoom ratio is gonna be like zoom well, actually it's not correct. It's like it's +1 as well. So it goes from 21. No, zoom. No. No, zoom goes from 40 to +40, yeah. So actually we could start this at 0. So zoom goes from -40 to 40. So if we do zoom +40 over 80, then also I'm gonna do this just to make sure we don't get some weird truncation stuff.
then we have the ratio from 0 to 1. But what we want is maybe this +1, perhaps. Not sure exactly how we're gonna scale this. Oh, I could just do +1 here. 1 plus this. Oh, wait, we already have control. Okay. Oh wait, yeah, and then you are times this ratio. All right. Zoom out, we're doing fine. Zoom in. It should go slower. So if we're all the way out, this should be 1. Actually we inverse this. We inverse it and then add 1. Wait. So now it goes from 0 to 1, but inversed. And if we add 1, it's going to go from 1 to 2, but inversed, right? Yeah. Okay, but now this is faster. I think that might be slower, maybe. I don't know. Because what I want is, like, when you're fully zoomed out, it should be 1. And if we're fully zoomed out, this is going to be 1. So we inverse that. So now if we're fully zoomed out, that's 0. And 1 means we're fully zoomed in. Wait, should it be the other way around, actually? If we're fully zoomed out, we should be the fastest. Yeah. Okay. That was wrong. So this would be plus there. So that was correct. Maybe we just need a different scale. Because we do this feels good. We zoom in, it is way too much. So I'm taking this times maybe 2. I don't know, man. No, because now it's gonna change everything. Now this will be faster too. Actually, do we square it? Perhaps before. What? Wait, what? Oh, you need a type. I mean, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Let's square it a little bit more. Oh, wait. No. We should just limit. Yeah, so +1 makes sense for the fully zoomed out, but when you zoom in, maybe we'll scale that down. So we could actually do wait, is this even correct? Zoom goes from -40 to 40. Yeah, +40 over 80. So now we're at 0 to 1. Yeah. Wait, but this is wrong now, right? This was wrong at zoom out. No, this is correct now. Because this is 1. So this is actually 2 when zoomed out. And when zoomed in, we're 1. So 2 at zoomed out is correct. So if we scale this, okay, let's do zoom in. Let's do like 0.5. The max is 2. That means that this is 0 to 1. We add min and we scale by max minus min, right? No, that's wrong. What the hell? One times 1.5 goes up to 1.5 plus 0.5 goes up to 2, right? Okay, let me just set this to 2. And see how that feels at here. No, that's wrong. So what the hell? What? Okay, let's set it to 1. Okay, that feels perfect here. And what feels good at the bottom? Still a little bit too fast. That feels good. Okay, 0.25, so that's min, max is 1. Okay, let's go back to this, see if it works. It's like it's the other way around. How is it the other way around? More FOV means... Wait, is it the... It is the other way around. I was so confused. Okay, there we go. Now we got a perfect... Well, sort of perfect scroll happening there. Okay, cool. Nice. All right. Cool. Okay. So, well, I'm happy with that. Yeah. That is very nice. All right, now I'm gonna see if there's any more coffee. I'll be right back. All right. Okay, so what do we want now? Where'd it go? Okay, so now what I want is I want to be able to kind of, I guess, because I was thinking like being able to select and rotate and stuff like that. Yeah, but we could also, okay, first thing that I'm gonna do, actually, I'm gonna disable this drawing like the pictures. Don't need to do that. This one, yeah. Okay. There we go. Adding all the rest of the things here. So copy asset, and we have like chi something. No, that doesn't work. Okay, so you can't do subdirectories. Okay, but anyway, I'm gonna do like basically all of the, I don't know if you, do you need the bin files? I don't know what the bin files do for these. Like I did add chess.bin. I'm not sure what happens if it doesn't exist. I guess we could try it. Is it gonna be unable to load? Yes. Okay, so the bin files are necessary. Cool. Okay, so let's copy over some stuff. Oh, K. Okay.
And then, yeah, so here we have a whole bunch of stuff where we have assets, GLTF. All right, so here we have a whole bunch of shit in here. And I guess we could just copy everything, I guess, into source resources. Okay. I don't know, I'm just gonna check something. Okay, I don't know. Anyway, I just wanted to check how much space I had, but yeah, anyway. So now we should have all those. I'm gonna make a new thing here. We're gonna do... No, let's just open a terminal. Because there's some issue with my... thing there. Alright, so let's copy that and paste it in here. So here we got all the things. Okay, I'm gonna delete chest because we already have that. So let's copy this, go to asset keys, model keys, and paste that in. And then we're gonna get rid of source resources and also GLTF. It's gonna be this. All right, and then we can sort you. Oh, what happened? Why? What happened there? I don't know. Something is weird. Oh. Some of these are hyphens. What the hell? Hang on. Is this actually... Oh. It's like they were too long, so there was some kind of break here. Okay. There we go. Cool. Now, essentially, if I... I'll remove you.
So now we need to turn them into file names. Now I'm just gonna take the name they have, append gltf, and that is the file name, except for dude, which is different. So I'm gonna take then, well, we have assets, model key to file name. So if it's dude, we're gonna do this. Otherwise, we're gonna get the tag and we're gonna return file name, and then it's like the tag name plus the thing. So I'm gonna make, and this key name, this name is, I'm gonna have to allocate this actually. Yeah. Unless we can build, I guess we could build a table. No, that's going to be file names table T. And then actually I'll put dude at the bottom. And then file names table is going to be thing here. So we're going to have the table is a slice, constant slice of these. Okay, and that is the table. Now that's the type. And then we're going to go through all of the tags of model keys, and well, actually we could go through the field names. Okay, and then we can say table equals table plus name, and oh yeah, need to break and not return. Okay. All right. So we're making a table, a read-only table here from the model keys, and yeah, that should correspond to the thing here. Okay. So now we should have those. It's actually loading in everything at once. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe it is. Actually, I load all, so... Oh, wait, I forgot a crucial thing here. Name.glf. GLTF. Oh, got something else going on. Oh yeah. This also needs to be wrapped. Here. But that means this needs to be com time now. Wait. Which it's not. I mean, I guess we could technically do inline else to get a com time known thing. Yeah, we don't need to, I guess, well, it's loading in all models. It's taking quite a while. Now I do have the utility to just load in the things we want. So I might start out with not having everything loaded. Why did you crash now? Right failed. UI 53. Why did it fail? Oh, I see, because we are exceeding the limit of our buffer now, which is 256. Because we have what? Like how many? Do we have? What? No, 212. 212 average is, I don't know, 80. Okay, but anyway, let's not load in everything. Actually, it's gonna kind of handle itself, because anything that needs rendering and needs that model key will automatically load in the model. The only problem though is that if multiple things, no, because it's blocking. Yeah, okay, so even if multiple things, one needs loading the same thing, because it's blocking, it's not gonna like trigger a bunch of parallel loading. I'm too much in web development to think like that. But anyway, okay. But it would be cool to have a loading thing, though. But we'll go to setup, and we'll go to, oh, this is empty. It is empty, and then we are actually loading all, which we don't actually need to do. So I'm just gonna disable that. I don't think we need to do that, because everything kind of loads in anyway when we need it. Yeah, so now it's way faster. But we have all of these things, except I can't actually scroll down because Raylib, I guess, does not support that. But I can actually I don't know what that is. What is that? It's a banner. Oh. It's like only visible from the other side. Next problem. Okay. This is like the limitations of Ray GUI that's what made me not want to use it at some point, and I changed to imgui, but now the limitations of imgui makes me want to use something else or just make something myself. Which is a kind of a shame, because it's nice with like a built-in like GUI library, but it's like as soon as you find something that doesn't actually work, it just feels so bad, because then you have to kind of, you know, do it yourself. And it's such a high, I don't know, it just stops you in your tracks. I mean, maybe we could do like maybe if you draw it in something, maybe it's gonna work. Does RayGUI have drop downs, have scroll bars? No. Advanced built-in scrollable controls. Oh, so now I need a list view. If you need a list that handles bound location, automatically snaps a native scroll bar, use GUI list view. Combine scroll panel custom controls. If you strictly require pop-up style drop-down mechanism or wanted to scroll, you can write toggle state logic shows how you scroll. I mean, I guess we could just use a GUI list view. Well, I'll just replace it with a GUI list view, I guess. So go to UI and I'll make this list view. And this should have like exactly the same things. The only thing, I guess, collides could be different. We'll see. So this would be list view. All right, bounds, text, scroll index, and active. So bounds, text, scroll index, active. Right, so now we don't have is open anymore. We have scroll index. And you also return either too, yes. And I'm not sure what one means here. That's the thing about this, like immediate things, is like sometimes it means that you actually clicked it, sometimes it means something else, like it updated, or I don't know. It's really anyone's guess to what the return value means. That's the impression I got from like libraries like imgui and RayGUI. Okay, so but this one, whatever. Let's say, because in Zig what you can do is, instead of just returning a bool, you can return an enum. So then you would get an actual named event of what's going on. So it would be very much a lot clearer on what's happening. So I know I'm doing the same thing here, but I technically can't change it. I just, you know, whatever. But in C, I'm not sure if they actually can. Like, because from what I've seen, they use like integers when they want an enum value, which doesn't make sense to me. Can't you actually, like... Because what the hell are enums for if you can't actually... Yeah. Oh, so you have to actually say enum? Type def for a cleaner. This is what I've never really understood with C. It's like, yeah, you create an enum like this, but then you have to say enum. But if you use type def, then you can use it. So why isn't this like just normal? Why have type def enum? Why isn't this the way to do it and then skip enum? I don't understand. To avoid, you compare the declaration with the type of alias. This allows you to treat the enum name like a standard built-in type. Yeah, why is that not just the way it is? Okay, anyway. Enough of this shit. Update, list view. Collize, we have to kind of understand what's going on there. I'm gonna probably have to do this. And I'm just gonna do that. Alright, options. This should be exactly the same. We could even just put this out into a separate function somewhere and just have that there. And this would be like options is a list of strings, and then we have a buffer, which is a thing. And we will go through the options. All right. Okay. And then the model dropdown is actually not a... I'm gonna call this model selector. Let's change this to a list view instead. And there we go. That's all we needed to do, I think. Let's check how this looks. Oh, there's an issue somewhere. Expected that, found this. Ah, the buffer needs to be mutable. Of course, there we go. It's gonna look weird because the bounding box is like the same. Yeah. So we need to change the size of the list view. Let's do like, I don't know, 256. It's gonna depend on the options though, but yeah, let's just do that. Okay, so we can actually scroll here now. Cool. Also, I just realized that the scrolling should not be enabled if we are capturing the mouse. And also the pan and all that. So this part down here capture, wait.
captures input, then we just return it. Okay, so now if I'm scrolling here, it's not going to scroll the thing. Cool. It's not scrolling all the way. That's weird. Does it have like a maximum amount of items or something? Also, this is way too much because this is like the entire screen. So I'm just going to do like 128. Why does it only go down? But yeah, it does work, so that's pretty cool. But it doesn't show all the options. I'm not sure why that's the case. Maybe it gave up. The buffer should be good size enough. Let's log out. Log it out and see. And here it is. Let me grab this and put this here. I will. So first I want to replace this with nothing. Okay, now it's just one line. I want to replace these with new lines. All right. So I mean, it looks like we have way more than they show. So I don't know why we hit like a limit here, 62 or something. So there's nothing wrong with the actual string. Where's that list view? Now there you are. Item count.
Max items. Max text size. Okay. Feels like there should be more. Maybe it cuts it off at 1024 then. Maybe, I don't know. If we undo this, 1024. Yeah, okay, so it cuts it off here. The last is bottle A label. It should be labeled brown, which we don't really see. Because this one should not work then. Oh, it does work. Oh yeah, it works because the label is just an index, right? Yeah, it does work. So yeah, okay. So it cuts off here because that's the max text size. So actually we need like 4 kilobytes. So do I actually have to set this definition? And the way you do that, well, do we do that here? Macro. So items would also need to be set. So this one is 4096. And this one, I'm gonna say 256. Okay. Let's see if that does anything. No? Okay. Maybe I need to add it to something else then. Let's add it. Maybe we need to add it to the artifact. Not sure. No, wait. It should be Ray GUI, right? Yeah. So let's do Ray GUI. No? Huh. All right. Well. Maybe raylib dep has options. Or maybe we add it to raylib dep. I don't know. Oh. Okay, let's check out zig. Because you have options, which is the raylib options. Okay, zig add c max c define to dependency. Module link object. So according to them, this should work then. Because we're modifying the module that has the thing. Well, it doesn't work. So yeah, anyway. I mean, okay. Do you have link objects? You do. This feels so stupid. But I guess I'll try it. It feels very not the way you're supposed to do it. Failure. Index out of bounds. Right. So that was wrong. Link objects, do you have like artifacts or anything? Because I think it's just an H file. It's just a header file. Okay, but anyway, I mean, okay, another way we could do it is, well, this didn't work. I'm gonna try one more time. I'm gonna delete the cache. And run this one more time. Let's see if, you know, there was a caching issue or something. And if this doesn't work, what we could do is we could like divide up the models in different buckets. Perhaps different letters of the alphabet or something. But this doesn't even get all the B's, so yeah, okay, well, that's unfortunate. Well, I guess what we could do, we could divide them up into pages. So go to UI, and we'll have like model page selector. And this would be, I don't know, just a bunch of buttons. This could be a drop down, perhaps. Yeah, let's just do a drop down. Depends on how many pages would we have. So let's say each thing is, no, we just need like 3 or 4 pages or something like that. So this one would live, let's move you down a little bit, and then you are gonna be here. And then the number of pages is gonna be like the length. So it's gonna be like tags length, number of model pages, gonna be tags, name, assets, model key, length, and then over some kind of models per page. I'm gonna say 60. Okay. And that's the number of pages. Now, if there's like one model, it should be 1 page. So this should be ceiling. Or I mean, it should be like, yeah, we could do like, actually, okay, let's do this. If n models over per page is 0, then this will be n models over pages plus 1. Wait. No, it's not plus 1. No, I don't think. If it divides exactly, that means, like, let's say we have 60 models and 60 per page. That would mean exactly 1. That would be correct. If it was 61, this would be 1. But this would still be 1 because it gets truncated. So here we actually have to add 1. Okay. model pages. And let's, I guess we'll do from numbers. Or from length. And options. It's going to be a com time thing. So this is going to be com time here. This is a list of options. Break options. Gonna loop through length. Options. Options plus. And then this is gonna be com time print. Plus 1. Okay. And then you are gonna be from length there. So now we should have that. Huh? No, but it's updated. Okay. Okay, and then I have to set up that as well, and we have to also do each letter update. Okay. So now we should see that as well. And we should get a little drop down that gives us the page. Okay, there we go. We got 4 pages. Cool. And then so depending on the page, we are going to update now the question is, do we set we could just like update the list view. So let's say we do like set options. And this is new options. And we'll just do like self we also call setup to update that. Alright, there we go. So now we can actually modify the options there. And so here we're gonna say if this was changed, I'm gonna have a thing called like if like was changed or was updated or changed. It's just gonna return if prev is not equal to selected. Okay, so then update is gonna do all this crap, and then in the end we're gonna set prev to no, that doesn't work. No, prev is supposed to be this one, yeah. There we go. So first we set previous, and then we update selected index, so if it's different then we would know after this. And then we can say down here, we can say if model page selector was changed, then we want to set the model selector, set options, and we want to set the options based on the thing. So this would be like model options, model page selector, selected index. But we don't have that, so we have to actually create that. And we can actually create it right here. So model options is actually going to be just the field names. Well, they're all model options are the field names of assets small key. And then we have like model options can be calculated based on number of models per page and all that. So I'm just gonna say result is a list of strings. Okay. And then we're gonna loop through pages. And we're gonna say R equals R plus the new page. And the new page is gonna be all model options. And the start is like I times models per page, and the end is start plus models per page, I think, yeah. And you are a list of strings. Right, and then you would be like min length. Okay. So if I change this to 2, it crashes. Great. Oh yeah, I'm gonna where is this? Don't have to look at that every time. UI 52 invalid enum value. Oh yeah, also interesting. No, wait. Oh, wait. This is model page selector. Okay. There we go. Yeah, but I realized something as well. If we change this now, it crashes as well. Okay. Why does it crash? Invalid, still invalid. This index is like off. It needs to be offset by the page as well, times 60. So this actually needs to be added 60 times model page selected index. I'm not sure why it's an unknown enum though. It would be interesting to see why that is. Is it set to some kind of garbage or negative number? Because we set the options. This is just set to init, which should set the selected index to 0. And then we call setup, which just changes the string. So I'm not sure why that's happening. Because that should be 0. And then this is like enum from int. Maybe we need to int cast here as well to a U32. No, because we're casting to this in this enum, right? And we're taking an int. Now this int okay, let's do it like this. Selected model index. It's gonna be this. Okay. If selectable is more than equal to 0 and is less than model key, well, it's gonna be like tags model key length. Then we do this. Then it has to be, it should be. Yeah. So maybe it was like, I don't know, maybe it was like -1. The zooming, the spanning is not exactly correct. Well, whatever. Okay, now we can actually make all kinds of these kind of things. Cool. We have a pillar. Pillar with some stuff on it. A plate. Plate with food. Got some stairs. Cool. Couple of different chest stuff. Trunks. A wall. Nice. Cool. All right. And a bunch of dudes. Okay. Cool. Demo. I'm gonna not create this dude and not this prop. There we go. Gonna start out with a clean slate. All right. Okay, great. So what do we want to do now? Because I think the next thing would be cool if we would be able to kind of treat these as kind of things that you could select, maybe rotate, scale, or move around, you know, move up and down. Maybe when you hold out like this, maybe you can see like where it's gonna end up, so you like a ghost image of where it's gonna end up. Like drawing, maybe. Can we tint it with alpha? That would have to be up to the shader, so... Well, actually, this is... Yeah, this is right. So, but what if we say like alpha tint 0.2? It just became darker. But I think I know why, because if we go to the shader, it automatically, oh, that's like a gamma correction. Mhm. I mean, yeah, it's alpha-ed, but it's dark. Why does it become so dark? Like, it doesn't look like the background is like coming through there. How to render transparent model. Shader. Also, was there a difference between I'm doing this and not this. No? This is kind of fun. All right. Does this really work though? Render all opaque first? Because from what I've heard, sometimes it's not like guaranteed to get the order when drawing. But that actually doesn't make sense. You need the order to know. Well, I don't know, man. What if we set this to like 0.1? Okay. So this should work. Like if we set this to 0.1, the big plane is drawn normally, and then the beds. But they're so dark though. Why are they so dark? Is it because they need... I do have to set something special here. Like blend mode. Alpha. Additive. I don't know what to pick. We could try... I don't know, let's try this, I guess. And it should also be only if it's transparent, which I guess they are now, because we set it to be transparent, so. Okay, that did nothing. Alpha. Or do you have to set it from like on everything? Like you have to begin. Whoa. That just blew everything up. What the hell? What the hell? It just explodes the... I don't know what's happening. So we have to end it, perhaps. Wow, now it's even darker. Pre-multiply? I don't know. Oh. That kind of looks maybe... I mean, it kind of looks good. It looks way too solid, though. Pre-multiply. Now the legs disappeared. What if we set you to 0.5, like higher? Where's the legs? Oh, that was a different bed. Oh, I see. It doesn't actually look transparent. It kind of does, but it's like it only looks transparent with itself. Oh my god, sorry about that. Thank you for telling me, Sammy Hacker. Man, how long have I been sitting here doing this without knowing it? Okay, well, I'm trying to render these things transparent. And I'm not sure how to do that. I'm testing a different blend modes. So this one just made them black, I think. Multiplied. I don't know what that, like... Yeah, it's just... It doesn't really work. Okay. And then there's like additive. Yeah, I have my OBS open. It's just that I don't know, I don't like pay attention to it. I have it open like to the right of me, so yeah. I really have no excuse. Yeah, it's like they are only like transparent with themselves. Like they aren't transparent to the background. Yeah, I am a noob streamer. And add colors. I have no idea what that's doing. Wait, that almost actually looked good. No, it still looks like it's only transparent to itself. It doesn't show like the back, like... I don't get this. Custom. What the hell is custom? Guess I should like read up on. Oh, wait. Hang on. Custom. Is there? Do you have to like register some kind of special shader or callback or something for this one? Okay. Custom separate. Subtract colors. So, but the blend mode, do you only do those for the transparent things? Wait. Oh, this is trippy. Or do you have to do it for everything? Okay, I think I've tested everything now. Okay, I'll just go back to this just to make sure nothing has been effed up by me testing this here, because everything seems to do the same thing now. Okay, thank you. Yeah, because the effect that I kind of want to have is like you select the thing, and when you hold it out, it's like if you click now, that's where you're gonna draw it. So you want to show like a ghostly variant of the thing you want to put there, essentially. But yeah, it doesn't seem to. Is there like an alpha thing here, maybe? Color alpha that just gives us a color. Yeah, I don't know. What if we went to draw and we do this? We do like begin alpha or blend mode. I don't know, pre-multiply or something. I have no idea. What's this gonna be? Because now this plane should be part of that. So I don't know, it just doesn't look like there's any difference if it's like behind the black area, this area, or this area. It just all looks the same. I would like want it to be like over here it looks more grayish, over here it looks more greenish, but there's like no difference. And I have no idea how to do that. Like, what is blend mode even doing? It's like an OpenGL thing or something. Let's check out Raylib examples. Well, this is kinda maybe. But I want it to be more like, well, simple mod. Maybe there is an example somewhere for this. Normal map, deferred rendering. Okay. Final result. I think there's a. I think there's a. Yeah. There are like build errors or compile errors in the raylib examples. That's why this doesn't work. This doesn't look like the thing that we're seeing here. I think this is because of the lighting shader. Or actually, this is gbuff. No, text file loaded. I don't know. There's some kind of shader that doesn't work. So some of these actually do not work. Hybrid rendering. What the hell is that? This also doesn't work. There's like a bunch of examples that just doesn't work anymore. There has to be some kind of issue on the raylib. The examples. Yeah, there's a bunch of these. Issues with lighting shader. Yeah. Okay, so they do know about it. Good. Cool. There's a shadow map. That's cool. Does that work? I don't see the shadow. Wait, use arrow keys to rotate the light. Yeah, there's no shadow map. Did you write that down? I mean, there's not that many examples, so it's not that difficult to just go through and check everything. Vertex displacement. Also doesn't work. Depth writing. Nice. Oh. This is cool. Depth writing. Where is the shader? Depth right. Shader inverts the depth buffer by writing into it GL frag depth 1 equals 1 minus GL frag chord Z. Okay, so you can like determine what should be like in front. So now it's like everything that is in front is like the other way around. That's pretty cool for this demo here. All right, let's check out something else. Basic PBR. What is PBR? Oh, I'm surprised this demo works because all the lighting ones does not work. Is this using another shader? Well, it's using PBR. Nice. What is PBR? Toggle the lights. So we have like different types of lights.
Oh, it has its own, like, because these functions were actually part of like a library, but here they have them in here. I guess maybe because it's so different. Maybe here we have like intensity as well. That does not exist on the other one. So I could actually try to copy this one instead to get a better lighting thing. And here we have materials. Well, that's unload. Draw sphere. Yeah. Model, car. Set shader variable, metallic value, metallicness. So yeah, there's like these maps. So you have to kind of pass that in yourself, even though it's like a built-in thing in here. I guess it's just it's a convenient way to kind of keep these maps around, I guess, maybe, I don't know. Okay. I'm not sure what PBR means. But it looks cool. Now, was this something I needed to care about? What am I doing? Yeah, no. I want the light map rendering. Oh, light map. Cool. So it's like a pre-computed like lighting. That's pretty cool. Okay. Rounded rectangle. Depth rendering. I can't actually move with WASD, even though it says... Okay, there we go. But that's not what I want. Game of life. Oh, compute. And this is pretty cool. RLGL compute, like you can actually get some data out of... Like you can use the GPU to compute stuff. And you can like get... fail to open, fail to create. Okay. But yeah, you can use like a GPU to do extremely fast calculations to to simulate stuff. That's really cool. I've always wondered how to do that. So we got like GLSL files, 430. Okay, we got some logic code render transferred. Is that an actual like term? Transferred? That sounds pretty fucking stupid. No, that sounds pretty silly in Swedish. Hello, Typotron, welcome. How's it going? Welcome. Yeah, I said that. Hey, how's the Raylib adventures going? It's going forward. I'm trying to figure out how to draw like a transparent model. So I'm looking through like the Raylib examples. Most of them are broken right now because of the, I guess, the 6.0 update. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to draw transparent models in 3D. But yeah, wait, is this transparent?
Use mouse to rotate the camera. Why does this look so weird? Yeah, there's like a lot of examples. Not that doesn't seem to work. Okay, there we go. I have to like right click. I see, it's just drawing like the grid outside. I was like, is this transparent? No, it's not. It's not transparent. Huh. I mean, this doesn't actually look like the screenshot. So there's something wrong here. But yeah, I don't seem to find many things that like transparency, except for this one, the simple mask. Just gonna double check here. I mean, there might be other ones in here, maybe models. This actually works. Always helpful when the examples are broken, yeah. So how does that work? We have a map, diffuse, emission. If I remember, that is like light. You can like emit light from the textures. So don't use irradiance, pre-filter, or cube map. I mean, maybe there's just a map for this. Material map, shader, location map, diffuse, specular. Well, this is the only thing. Material map. Oh. Map. Really? I saw a whole bunch of other maps. Like emission. Where is that? Whoops. Emission. No, it's not even here. Interesting. Is it emission they're using as a mask? Yeah. Use as a spare lot for second texture. Oh, it's just using it as a thing. So you actually, they don't do anything. You have to do it in the actual shader. Well, it's still interesting though, because... Oh. If you look at which shader is that... This is the mask shader. So then we go to the code. And we go to shaders, resources, shaders. Wait, no, examples. Yes, I mean, yes. This one probably, and then mask. Okay. So we have the mask. Mask color is texture mask, blah blah blah. What the hell is going on here? So we get the thing. Okay. I think this is just trying to map to the shape. Maybe. Not sure. And if red is less, then we discard. That is a special thing. Okay. Interesting. So that is how they do it. I was looking for more like, can you set like a transparency, opacity? Nope. It's just discard. It just doesn't draw the pixel, I guess. Okay, let's check out. So that's that mesh instancing. This is kind of interesting as well. It hasn't. So it looks nowhere like near like the screenshot. Okay, you know what? Let's go. Wait, are you? Do you have transparency? This looks like glass material. This thing. No, it's just masked, I think. Or it's just a model being like that. No. There's no transparency here. I was getting my hopes up. Alright. I mean, there has to be some way of making like glass models. Cubic map rendering. Box collisions. First person maze. I love these games. Okay. Geometric shapes. Mesh picking. Mesh generation. What is this? Mesh picking? Oh. This is actually what I'm interested in, actually. Because this is kind of what I want to do for my thing that I have. Mesh generation? No. Loading. Drag and drop model to load. Man, this text is so annoying. Drag and drop model to load mesh texture. Oh, you mean like a file that I have? I mean, they kind of come in pairs, so I'm not sure if this is actually going to work. Also, it doesn't look like it's working here, because this is kind of... No, I don't think that worked. Failed to open file. Yeah. It needs like other files. I'm not sure how to do that. Okay, well, anyway. Load in GLTF. Yeah, that's... Oh, it has animations as well. Nice. Voxels. Is this a special Vox? Ooh, Fez. That's a really nice game. What is this? I don't know. It's like Dragon Quest or something. Point rendering. Is this how it's supposed to look? I guess so. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. Wait, they are lines, not points. So is this how it looks if you're just drawing like a giant polygon or something? And then this is how it looks. Okay, model points. This is the point 3D. Nice. Increase points. Whoa. Okay, I might have done too much, but it looks cool. I mean, yeah, this... Okay, so how many can I do? Like, 1, 2, 3... Okay, that's the limit. I mean, it's not probably not the limit, but it doesn't... It hangs my computer if it goes faster, or anywhere else. This is kind of... Yeah. This takes longer to draw than this. This is like 60 FPS. 25. Okay, I was just mesmerized a little bit. Where the hell do we do this? Height map. Skybox. Skinning. That doesn't sound pleasant at all. What does that mean? I have no idea. Bone socket. FH to rotate. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's pretty cool. Hey. Basic voxel. Is this like basic Minecraft? Oh my god. I mean, we could like look at this and see how they did this. Oh, but there's no collision detection. Okay. Now okay. We already kind of did this with the grid, but well, not like destructibles, but with like a stupid collision detection. I mean, maybe we could just use Box 3D to try to make like a Minecraft thing with that. Tesseract view. I mean, what? Okay. Rotating cube. Whoa. Now look at this. I think this is like emission here. Do you actually have a shader going on here? No? There's actually nothing there. It's just part of the texture, I guess. Okay. Decals. Really? That's pretty cool. Except it doesn't work. Blend custom. Oh, space. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Directional billboard. Cool. Animation blending, animation timing. Okay, so there was actually nothing here about drawing like some kind of glass thing or transparent thing. But I mean, there has to be some kind of shader knowledge about doing that. So basically I'm gonna like glass shader. Shader glass. What is metal? Metal for Swift UI. No, well, I mean, half 4. Wait, can you get... Maybe we can get the color of like the underlying thing. Because then we can use that and like draw the transparent thing over that, maybe. Like, look at this. This bed seems almost solid on top of another bed. But then sometimes they blend, sometimes they don't. It feels like it's like random. And it's like approaching like white. I guess that could make sense. I mean, I guess maybe. Yeah, look at this. Well, I mean, I guess that might make sense. But this does not make sense to me. Why is this so dark? That's what that doesn't make sense. It's like it's only transparent against other beds and not against this background thing. That's what I don't really understand. Okay, what if we just did this? What if we just said like, hey, you are like red. Sorry, you are 1 0 0. Okay, everything is red. And then wait, look. What? Why? Like, I would expect these to be red now. Like, do they apply some other weird shader on top of this, or what's going on? Because we essentially discard the texture color by doing this, right? I'm like even more confused now. What? I don't understand. Like, we are overriding the color in the end. Also, this is not correct either. Is it because of the blend mode or something? I am confused. Well, still doesn't make sense. I mean, this is kind of stupid, but I mean, we do this. It's not gonna have a model now, or a texture. It still looks like this. What? Why? How? Why was this loaded? No model texture, yeah. Why was that loaded? Okay, now it's not loading. That's weird. Like, I guess the GLFT like provides that the texture. If you have the texture in the same place, it loads it in. Okay. But still, they are all okay. Not what I want them to be though now. And they're a little bit, tiny bit red. But again, it's like they're only transparent within their own, like within these things and not the background. It's so strange. Why is that? Is it not taking the light here into consideration? Like, if we were to disable the lighting, like, is it actually, maybe it's just Raylib doing some weird shit. I don't know. If, for example, if we say here that we don't actually go through any lights, then this is the color. So this makes more sense, you know, if it looks like it looks. I don't know. Maybe this makes more sense. But then again, if you go over here, there's actually no difference. Well, actually there is there a difference, or is it just an optic illusion? Yeah, I guess the black background and this, there's no difference that I can see. No, there's not. Like for 10% transparency, I don't see any transparency. Like, okay. God damn it. And we didn't even have to do this if we already had the thing. So that's cool, but yeah. Seems like such a simple thing, maybe not, though. dither, screen door effect. I mean, I kind of know how to do this now, because we can use discard on every other pixel or something, or yeah, something like that. That is actually possible, I guess. Would that be on the vertex? No, the fragment shader. So like if we check, well, how do we get the pixel? Like, the texture coordinate. Where is, so position is like the, maybe that's what we need to check. Maybe there is a way to kind of get the thing. It's difficult though, because how do you actually do this? Like, how do you know when to turn it off and when to turn it on? Maybe you could have like a texture that does it, or I mean, how would you compute it? I guess you would need like maybe the screen size, perhaps, doing things like that. Dither transparency, unity shader graph. Alpha clipping, discard specific pixels entirely if their alpha value drops below a set limit, making it perform like an opaque shader. Mixes the color of object with background color behind it using alpha value. So this is really what I want. This one is just dithered. How to write transparency shader in Unity. Okay, let's see how they do it in Unity. What is this?
And then come back. Alright, let's deal with transparency. Alright, last time we were here, and in the fragment shader I'm just sampling the texture and tinting it with my base color property. Now if I change the alpha values of that base color property, nothing's happening. That's because I haven't told my GPU what to do with transparency. To do that, I need to set the blend mode. Now in Unity there are a couple of blending modes, but for this example we will focus on alpha blending mode. Now I'm sure you know what alpha blending mode is, but I'm going to explain it anyway.
I think that's the default in Raylib
after 10 years.
From the documentation.
Hopefully. So in alpha blending mode, let's say I've set the alpha value to 0.1. That means that my geometry is only 10% opaque and 90% transparent. So I'm going to take 10% color value of my geometry and 90% color value from my background and mix those two together. And I'll get the final result that looks like transparency. To set the blending mode, I'll come up to my HLSL program.
Maybe you get an input that you can use.
Blending mode is one of them.
For the blend.
So blend. Then I need to set the source alpha, which will be not being rendered. Why? The reason is Unity is trying to prevent an overdraw. Now what is an overdraw, you might ask? In the most simple term, overdraw happens when the same pixel gets colored more than once.
But this is drawn
within a single frame. And overdraw is a bad thing for performance. To prevent the overdraw, Unity uses multiple techniques. One of them is called depth testing. Now if you want to rewrite to off, by default it will be on, is to prevent the overdraw. You see, to prevent the overdraw, Unity uses another fragments. So here I will just set the 0, set it to off. And as soon as I hit save, yep, our cube that is further away is getting drawn, but we have another issue here. It seems like the top part of my transparent cube is not getting rendered, but in reality, those fragments are overridden by my skybox. Why is that?
Ah.
Once again, the answer is to prevent the overdraw. You see, to prevent the overdraw, Unity uses another technique called render queues. You see, our entire scene will render in different parts. First, only opaque objects will be rendered. After that, our skybox will render. And then if we have any objects with alpha cutoff values, those objects will be rendered. And at last, our transparent objects will render. So right now, my transparent cube is getting rendered.
Wait, but if opaque are rendered first and then skybox... Okay, whatever.
Within the same geometry or opaque render cube.
It might be the
change that.
Z buffer.
There are two ways I can change that.
That
the very first thing is go to inspector, and in the render queue, just select the value from this drop down. Right now it's been set to from shader, and I haven't set any values in the shader, so by default it will be in the geometry or opaque objects render queue. Transparent object. I should change this render type tags value so that it makes sense. Again, this is only a debug only tag, so it will not affect actual out. And if you don't know what alpha cutoff is, I will simply set some cutoff value, this, and I will have a nice slider of alpha cutoff that goes between 0 property in my HLSL code and shader, and the entire thing is gone.
What the hell's a half for? Okay.
Back, so don't render any back faces. So if I want to render only back faces, I will go cull and front. So now I have only back faces. Now let's say I want to render both faces. So I'll just, if I hit save, yep, now the issue has been resolved.
So, okay. I mean, we have to do some kind of conversion stuff here, but I don't think Raylib has these queues. I'm gonna just... Does Raylib have rendering queues? Does not have feature high-level user-facing rendering queues or materials or instance. Instead, uses immediate style procedural drawing API combined with an automatic low-level vertex batching system that flushes data to the GPU dynamically. Okay, so essentially, you just have to order your drawing, and that should draw it in that order. So I guess, I mean, we could try it. I just don't feel like... Yeah, because I guess it's pretty important that the transparents are drawn afterwards so that we know what color to blend it with. Yeah. So I guess we could have perhaps... I don't want to have to iterate through this like 100 times though. So, well, actually, you know what? Let's just create a bunch of tags. We'll create like rendering queue tags. So we'll have like queue, we'll have like opaque, and we have to have a data here. Okay. Is there a way to actually make this one-liner? Can you make this a one-liner? Yes, you can. No, you can't. It has to be a thing there. Man. Okay. So that's opaque, and then we have transparent. Okay. Now the way I'm doing this is because I'm gonna utilize my ECS system. So that everything that is opaque will be iterated through first and drawn, and then the transparent. Okay, so now we go to draw and draw renderables. And so first we will select all the renderable 3D, Q, opaque, and then after that we'll do another one with all the transparent options. But now we simply need to add those to whatever needs to have those. And I guess the ones that doesn't actually have any of those could be rendered here the same as opaque. We could also make sure that everything actually has opaque to start with. So like we could go to component enum and renderable has renderable in it. We have 3D, add post. Yeah, so here we can check if type of C is 3D. Well, we still add it, but we also want to add actually, you know what? If it's 3D, we could say the Q here, or you just change the Q maybe. Yeah, okay. Let's just add the Q opaque. Okay. Oh yeah, init. Welcome back, Penguin. Okay, so now we have a Q. But everything is opaque or designated as opaque, so there shouldn't be any difference. But just to look at also we don't really draw them transparent right now. So I'm just gonna do this here for now. So they should be, this should be the same as before now. Yeah. Now let's go to well, we could go to the renderable actually. We could say like set Q and new Q is any type. And we could do a check to see if the new Q is actually a correct Q type, but whatever. Set Q, and then we're gonna do we're gonna get the current Q. So get Q, and this would get us, actually we need a context actually. So we have the entity to change, yeah. And then get Q will give us a Q. This doesn't actually work though, actually, because this is gonna be like a union enum almost. Well, we could kind of store both the Q and, yeah, the Q can actually be a union enum. that is either opaque or transparent. And of course, opaque is actually a keyword, so we can't actually use that. However, this doesn't really work because, well, it has to be a tag, it has to be like a type. So if, for us, in order to, for the ECS system to like filter on it in a optimized way. So, but this could actually give us the queue that we want. And so we simply have to go through each queue type to check. Well, what we could do is just go through then all the fields here. Do some com time here in Zig. So in line 4, we'll do fields of queue. We can actually take the tags, because I think this gives us the... No, not the tags. Not the tags. No. Let's go with fields. I'll get a field out, and now we have like the field type and everything. So what we can do is we can try to get a queue here. So try get const whatever, and this is gonna be the field type. Okay, so that gives us the thing. So this field type is corresponding to one of these, because these are the fields, and we're iterating through each field, and we're getting the type. So first we're checking out if we get this type, otherwise we're checking this type. So if we have other queues, we can just add them here and it will automatically work for this getQueue function. Okay, so if we have this queue, I guess we can just do an if directly here. We get the queue and we can return the queue, except we can't really return it like this. We have to actually wrap it in a queue. Sorry, we have to do... actually, we have to do a union init here because it's a little bit generic. So this is the queue, and then we need a tag name. No, actually, we have the field name. And then the init expression is going to be the queue. So there we go. So now we get like a queue value. So if we are using this function, for example, we can say queue is get queue context, and then we can switch on queue to get like, is it opaque? Then we do that. Something, is it transparent? We can do that. So there we go. So we can get the queue. And the reason why we want to get the queue is because we want to remove the queue so we can add a new queue. So the current queue is going to be get queue context, and I guess technically it could be null. So if we get down here, we don't actually have any queue. Okay, but then if we don't have any queue, we don't really care. Here it's just, well, we still want to add the new queue, but here we get the old queue. And we can say switch queue inline else. We get the thing, and we're gonna say context remove type of S. Okay, so we remove the old queue by doing this, and then we are going to add the new queue. Actually, this could actually just be a queue, actually, because yeah, because then we can set you to opaque, transparent. We can have a function Can a function be named opaque? Not sure. Actually, it doesn't need to be named. Maybe this will work, maybe not. I'm not sure. This is gonna be opaque. This does not seem to work. Okay, so unfortunately it has to be named like something like this. Transparent. Oops. And the reason why I'm doing this is because now we can more easily basically just pick one of these here. Yeah, so now we can say yeah, new Q is the Q, and that is what we add, except we don't add it, we add its subtype. So actually we do add it as well. We add both. No, we don't add both. We just add the sub part, because we don't really need to add the other. Now, yeah. So this would be like inline else, we get this, we add S. Essentially, yeah. Cool. So with all that, I'm going to go to demo. When we add a prop, I'm gonna set the renderable, I'm gonna get the renderable, and I'm gonna set the Q. Why is this not a thing? Oh yeah, self. But yeah, self doesn't exist, so I'm gonna do that. Okay, and now I'm gonna set the Q, and the Q is gonna be one of these. So it's gonna be like transparent. Right. So now every prop is set to be transparent. And now we get some issues over here that we didn't get before. Right. So get the Q. Okay. That seems to be okay by the compiler. Let's run. Okay, now they should be drawn like after the... Okay, oh my god, it actually works. Okay. Now it works. Nice. Okay, so it was only... We didn't actually have to do anything with the blending, anything with anything at all. It was just the order of operations. That's good to know. Cool. Great. Now we can draw these ghost things. Oh my god. Time flies. Holy shit. I think I actually have to go here. But yeah, that's really cool. We can actually do that. So let's see. What do I want to do? I want to go to render. I'm just gonna tie this up. Tie this knot here. Okay. Yeah. So what we did today is we have done a lot of things. Actually, it's gone pretty smooth, even though a lot of things also took a lot of time. So we have this kind of orthographic view. We can pan around the camera, zooming in, panning around. We can select from a bunch of these models. We have a paged list because there was too many models in this pack. So we have a page list of things that we can add here, and we can add a bunch of different things. So that's pretty cool. All right, and then what else? Yeah, we can add like click to create things. Yeah, the transparency thing, really nice that actually started working there. And yeah, so I think next time I want to continue a little bit with this, because this has been pretty fun actually so far. And we'll see what we'll do, but I want to be able to kind of create a little scene. Like I want to do enough to be able to kind of create a little scene that you can like, yeah, just maybe save as a file format in some way, and yeah, and load in. So I think that's going to be the goal of this project actually. And then yeah, I'll probably not make a full game, but we'll see. But that's going to be one of the goals anyway with this project. So and then we'll see what we'll do. But yeah, that's going to be it for this time. So thank you very much for watching, and hope you have a nice day, and I'll see you later. See ya. Let's see if we can raid. Raid. It's over here. Actually, I need to refresh first. Windows Presentation Foundation. Do you want to watch that? Might be cool for some people, I don't know. Learning Rust. Oh, that was one of the things. Requests. Refactoring GLVM rendering. Unity 3D. Conway Auto Battler. Why is there so like... It feels like there's not that much going on right now. Do you have any ideas, Penguin? Code generator in Gleam. You want to see that? Let's go. I didn't wait for your answer. I just thought it sounded cool.